Chapter 1. Chloe. With a heavy sigh, I shut the trunk of my car and then turn my gaze up longingly at the towering apartment building that has been my home for the past 2 years. I brush away a stray tear from my cheek, my fingers lingering on the coolness of my skin. Absent-mindedly, I grab a lock of my hair and start to chew on the end to soothe the anxiety pulsing through me. Damn! I hadn't seen this coming. I'd always dreamed of being a big city girl. Of living that glamorous, metropolitan life I'd always seen on TV growing up. I'd left home naive and full of hope. Now, I'm returning home, jaded and broke. Shaking my head in disappointment, I climb into the driver's seat of my overly packed car, squeezing the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white. The engine roars to life with a reluctant grumble, echoing my mood. As I navigate through the midday traffic, I fumble with my phone, dialing up my best friend's number. My fingers tap nervously on the steering wheel, a subconscious rhythm of my anxiety. Damn it, I mutter as a car cuts me off with a loud honk. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Thankfully, she picks up after 2 rings. Chloe. Hey, girl. Are you on your way? Letting out a long breath, I say, hey, Lauren. Yeah, I am. Ah, don't sound so sad, Lauren replies in a sympathetic tone. I know this isn't what you've planned, but it'll all be okay. Besides, you're coming to live with me. We're going to have so much fun together. That thought does make me smile a little. She's being so generous and not even making me pay rent since she owns her house outright. But I still feel like a failure for relying on my best friend to pick up the pieces of my broken life. I don't have anyone else to turn to, though. My mom died when I was a kid, and my dad died in my junior year of high school. Lauren's family let me stay with them throughout my senior year, otherwise, I don't know what would have happened to me. I already owe her so much, and now, I'm going to be more in debt to her than before. Still, she's my best friend. If I have to owe anyone, I'm glad it's her. Lauren, you have no idea how much I appreciate this, I respond, my voice shaky. I never thought I'd be back so soon. The line is silent for a moment before Lauren replies with a soft, Chloe, everyone stumbles at some point, but that doesn't mean you failed. It's just a detour. I know still, things were going so well, until Phil dumped me. Everything just fell apart after that. Phil's a jerk, Lauren huffs. But as much as I'd like to, you can't exactly blame him for your company going under. Yeah. I nod, even though she can't see me. I suppose that's true. The timing of everything just sucks. Just days after my ex-boyfriend decided to end things because he found another girl with more desirable assets, the multimedia company I was working for went under after the owners mismanaged their money so badly that they were forced into bankruptcy. Forget about Phil and the company, Chloe. You're a smart and talented woman. You'll pull through this with flying colors. I swallow my response, holding back the tears that are threatening to spill over. How can she be so optimistic? It feels like my world has come crashing down around me, and I'm not sure how to pull myself out of the rubble. In contrast, she sounds so confident and assured. Lauren has lived a privileged life and comes from money, so she's never really had to worry about things like empty bank accounts or wondering how she'll pay the electric bill. That's not to say she's a snob by any means. She's grounded and kind, and she's never been one to shove her family's money in my face. Still, our perspective on the world is different. For her, this is just a little setback that I'll be able to bounce back from, no problem. For me, I have no idea about how I'm going to pull my life back together. Another loud honk startles me, and I nearly drop my phone. Watch where you're going. I shout at the oblivious driver, my frustration boiling over. Everything okay? Lauren asks, concern lacing her voice. Just some idiot on the road. I grip the steering wheel tighter in a weak attempt to center myself. Thanks, Lauren, for everything. Don't mention it, she says cheerfully. Just drive safe, and get here in one piece. We'll celebrate and get drunk tonight. How's that sound? Sounds great. Hanging up the phone, I take a moment to allow Lauren's words to sink in. A fresh start. I glance at my reflection in the mirror, noticing the bags under my eyes and the dampness on my cheeks. I've been crying almost every day since everything started falling apart. I click on the radio, hoping that some upbeat music will help to lighten my mood. The first few notes of one of my favorite upbeat pop songs come pouring from the speakers. I can't help but laugh a little at how perfectly timed it is. It's as if someone up there knows exactly what I need right now. The next few hours pass in a blur as the cityscape gives way to familiar country roads lined with tall trees as I make my way to Newport. It feels oddly comforting, like slipping into an old sweater on a cold winter night. In spite of everything that has happened, I feel a sense of calm slowly replacing the bitterness and regret churning in my stomach. As night falls, the faint glow of street lights comes into view ahead. I turn down Lawrence Street and take in the adorable houses and perfectly kept lawns. It isn't as fancy of a neighborhood as she grew up in, but it's still way nicer than anything I'd be able to afford on my own. Pulling up outside her house, I find her waiting for me on the front porch. She's holding 2 glasses and an unopened bottle of wine, and she's grinning like she's just won the lottery. "Welcome home," she calls out as I step out of the car. While looking at her warm smile and the inviting glow of her house, I realize that maybe our hometown isn't such a terrible place to start over again. "I'm glad to be back," I say softly, smiling back at her as I stride across the porch to where she's waiting for me. "I bet you didn't expect a welcoming committee, did you?" Lauren jokes, waving the bottle of wine in her hand teasingly. I shake my head, and my smile broadens by the second. "No, not really." She pours us each a glass of wine before leading me inside her beautifully decorated home. The smell of vanilla-scented candles fill the air, and the lights are set to a soft glow. The house is as pristine as ever, and I find myself taking a moment to appreciate it. The clean walls dotted with family photos, the plush sofa set that looks perfect for sinking into after a long day, the wooden coffee table adorned with magazines, everything about her house screams comfort. "Let's toast," Lauren says while raising her glass in my direction after we've settled onto that welcoming couch. I clink mine against hers, feeling a strange sense of relief wash over me. To new beginnings. To new beginnings. I take a sip from my glass. As the wine slides down my throat, I feel a warmth spread through me, pushing away the last remnants of the day's stress. I lean back against the back of the couch and let my eyes wander around the room. Lauren is watching me with a thoughtful expression. "Penny for your thoughts?" "Just taking it all in," I reply with a faint smile. "Still searching for the silver lining." Lauren clicks her tongue sympathetically. "Well, one silver lining is that we're together again." Then, she reaches over to grab the bottle on the coffee table to refill both of our glasses. I nod. "You're right. That is a hell of a silver lining." We spend the next hour or so talking, drinking, and laughing. In Lauren's company, the depression that's been dogging me actually lifts, and I'm able to relax for what feels like the first time in months. Eventually, we end up sprawled out on the plush rug in front of her fireplace as we crack open our 3rd bottle. "So," she says, releasing a breath, "what do you think you're going to do for work?" "I don't know yet," I confess. "I need some time to figure things out." She nods and reaches out to rub my arm. "You have all the time in the world, Chloe. I just hope that I can make something out of this fresh start," I murmur apprehensively. "You will." Lauren's certainty is heartening. I wish I could believe in myself the way she does. Then again, she's always been a supportive friend, one who's had more faith in me than I've had in myself. Suddenly, she jumps up from her position on the floor with an excited whoop. "Do you want to see something?" she asks, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I blink up at her, momentarily taken aback. I should be used to her seemingly random bursts of energy and excitement by now, but she still has the ability to surprise me. "Sure," I say as I let her pull me up from the floor. Lauren leads me to the room she uses as her studio. She's an amazing artist, but her work has recently been demoted to a part-time hobby because of her demanding job as an interior designer for her dad's company. The room has a rustic charm to it, with sketches and paintings adorning the walls and a cluttered workspace filled with paint tubes and brushes. She points towards a particular painting tucked away in one corner. It's a younger version of me laughing, my hair caught in the wind. The accuracy is startling, and I find myself lost in the memory of that day. We'd just finished our high school graduation ceremony, and I'd walked out of the auditorium feeling ready to conquer the world. My future seemed so bright then. I was heading off to college and going to start my real life. I was all optimism, which is evident in the wide smile and sparkling eyes of the portrait. That girl is gone now, replaced with a worn-down loser who has to run back home so she doesn't end up on the streets. I've been working on it for a while now, Lauren says. I was going to save it for your birthday, but now seems like a better time to show it to you. I'm too overwhelmed to speak. Instead, I throw my arms around her in a tight hug, whispering a choked, "Thank you." She returns my hug warmly before shoving me gently towards the painting again. "Take it," she insists. "It's yours." I hesitantly pick up the canvas and study it more closely. After all the turmoil of the past few weeks, holding that painting feels like holding onto a piece of myself I thought was lost. As I look at it again, I feel something akin to hope flickering to life within me, but it's faint. "Lauren, this is..." I stutter, struggling for words. "I mean, how did you even?" "I have my ways." She winks. She then points at the painting again. "But more than focusing on how I nailed that expression of yours, focus on the girl in that painting. That's who you are." "Who I used to be," I correct her morosely. "No," Lauren retorts firmly. "You still are. This," she says while waving her hand at the painting, "is what you need to remember." I gaze down at the painting and try to see what she does. I try to find that same carefree girl inside of me somewhere, but she just feels like a memory, like another remnant of my past that feels just out of reach. Lauren places a hand on my shoulder. "Come on. Let me show you your room. You can take the painting there if you want to." I look up at her, smile, and nod. "Yeah, I do." As I follow her out of her studio, I feel a bubbling of determination deep inside me. I'm not going to let these setbacks keep me down. I may not feel like the girl in Lauren's painting anymore, but I think I can find her again. I just need to get my head back on straight and put the disappointments of the city behind me, though I've no doubt that's going to be easier said than done.
Chapter 10. Parker. An hour later, Chloe and I are laying side by side, each covered in sweat and breathing heavily. As I'd promised her, I wasn't going to be satisfied with just one round of hot sex. Now, I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to move again. I'm so content, though, that my lips are curled into a tired smile, and my body is humming with the aftershocks of pleasure. "Holy shit," Chloe gasps after a while. "That was, damn." I chuckle. "Damn is right, baby." She rolls onto her side and props her head in her hand, so she can look down at me. Grinning, she asks, "So, you ready for another round yet?" "Woman, you are insatiable." I exclaim with a laugh. "You're going to kill me." "But what a way to go," she counters, her voice now a provocative purr. Her fingers trace a tantalizing path down my chest, causing sparks of anticipation to dance along my skin. "God, Chloe." I groan in mock protest, but my body is already stirring at her touch. "Give me a minute to recover." She chuckles, but there's a heat in her gaze that speaks volumes. "You know, Parker, I never thought you'd be the type to back down from a challenge." My eyebrows arch at the implication in her words. She's goading me, and damn it, it's working. My dick is twitching, eager to prove its prowess yet again, despite how exhausted I am. "Is that a dare?" She trails her hand lower and brushes her fingers along my hardening length. "Maybe," she replies coyly. Then, suddenly, without any warning, she straddles me again. Her naked body on top of mine elicits a response that is as natural as breathing. My hands instinctively come up to cup her hips, steadying her, which is exactly what she was counting on happening based on the sly smirk on her face. "Oh, it's so on," I growl playfully while pulling her down into another kiss. The taste of her lips is addictive, and every cell in my body screams for more of her. She fits into my arms as if we're two pieces of one puzzle. Every curve of hers perfectly matches the planes of mine. Just as things are really heating up between us, the doorbell suddenly rings, startling us both. Who the hell could that be? I grumble, annoyance instantly burning through me. Frowning, I reach over and grab my phone to check the app for my doorbell camera. My heart starts racing when Lauren's image pops up on my screen. Shit. I sit up and nearly knock Chloe off my lap in the process. I wrap my arm around her waist to steady her. Whoa, who is it? She asks, her eyes going wide. It's Lauren. Hello? Lauren calls, her voice coming in through the phone speaker. Parker? Answer the door. Panic instantly sweeps over Chloe's face. Oh, my God. She exclaims. Do you think she knows? Is that why she's here? Calm down, I tell her. I doubt she knows anything. Did you tell her you were coming here? She blinks and nods. I sent her a text earlier. I said I was coming over to look at listings with you, but that's it. That's perfect, I assure her. We stick to that story, no big deal. She appears to take a moment to process that and then slowly says, okay. Okay, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. I can tell she's all but paralyzed with uncertainty still. Parker, I know you're home, Lauren declares. I know Chloe's here, too. Both your cars are in the driveway. Don't be weird, and just let me in. She has a key, and she'll use it, I tell Chloe in a calm voice. So, I'm going to go down and let her in. You go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. I'll keep her busy until you're ready, okay? Her eyes light up at that idea, as if having something to do is able to knock some sense into her. Okay, she murmurs before scrambling off the bed. I spring up after her, grabbing my pants and pulling them on before throwing my shirt on, too. Glancing over at Chloe, I see her snatching up her own clothes from the floor. I chuckle at the sight. Even in this frazzled state, she's still so gorgeous, it makes my chest ache. Hey, relax, I tell her as I zip up my pants. We've got everything under control. She nods, but there's a wild look in her eyes that tells me she's not entirely convinced. She begins fidgeting with the ends of her hair, twirling the strands around her finger, and I know she's moments away from slipping her hair past her lips. Remember, I call after her as she dashes into the bathroom, just act normal. Swallowing down a laugh at the irony of that statement, I quickly make my way downstairs as Lauren continues to ring my doorbell incessantly. I swing the door open, an easy smile plastered on my face. Hey, Lauren, I greet her smoothly. What brings you by? She raises an eyebrow at me and crosses her arms before saying, what took you so long? I've been out here for, 5 minutes. Sorry about that, I reply with a nonchalant shrug, running a hand through my unruly hair. I was in my office and didn't hear the doorbell. You didn't hear the doorbell? She sounds incredulous, but I maintain my calm and easy demeanor in the face of her scrutiny. I've been busy, I say. Is Chloe here? I see that her car is, at least, Lauren asks, rolling her eyes before peering past me into the house. She's upstairs, I confirm, stepping back to let her in. She got here a bit ago, and we were going over some of the listings Holt's having her work on. She's in the bathroom right now. Lauren studies me for a moment, and I can't tell what it is she's looking for, but, thankfully, she doesn't push the matter further. Instead, she shifts her attention to my living room, releasing a long breath as she moves past me to make her way inside. So, she begins as she drops onto my couch. Holt's really laying it on her, huh? Yeah. I nod. She's stressing about it, but hopefully, working through the listings together helped ease her mind some. Lauren seems content with this answer and starts chatting about something bland and mundane, her voice washing over me like white noise. I can't focus on anything else but the fact that Chloe is upstairs getting dressed and likely still panicking. That mere minutes ago, we were naked in my bed, wrapped around each other and on the verge of one more round of hot, dirty sex. I can't help but feel a stab of irritation at Lauren for interrupting us, but I don't let it show. Parker. Chloe's voice echoes from upstairs, pulling me back to reality. Where are my shoes? The question is innocent enough, but Lauren raises an eyebrow at me again. I curse inwardly at Chloe's timing. You guys have gotten pretty comfy with each other, I see, Lauren remarks astutely. I plaster on my most convincing smile and explain, sure, we have. Chloe's great, but you know that. Lauren nods slowly. Just then, Chloe comes strolling into the room, looking fresh-faced and totally put together. She's twirling her hair around a finger, though, and I hope Lauren doesn't notice the nervous gesture. Hi, Lauren, she greets brightly. Hey, Chloe, Lauren replies with a wide smile. Parker was saying he's been helping you with your listings. Are you feeling a little better now? Chloe swallows but manages to say, "Oh, yes, I'm feeling much better. Parker has been a huge help." Lauren chuckles. "Well, are you ready for a break? I wanted to stop by and see if you guys wanted to go out for dinner." Chloe looks at me, and I give her a slight nod. "Sure," she responds, her voice steady. "That sounds great." "Amazing," Lauren says while standing up from the couch. "Do you guys need any time to get ready, or can we leave now?" Glancing at Chloe, I see her give a small shake of her head. "We're good," I tell Lauren with a shrug. As we make our way to the door and out into the cool evening air, I can't help but feel a sense of relief. We've managed to keep up appearances so far. I think we can make it through dinner, no problem. I offer Chloe a quick grin as we follow Lauren toward her car, hoping to reassure her that everything is okay. She returns it, but her eyes are still filled with the same panic I'd noticed before. This secret of ours is taking its toll on her, and as much as I love being with Chloe, I can't help but worry about what all this secret keeping is doing to her.
Chapter 11. Chloe. I don't know how to act. I'm jumping between panic and a strange kind of excitement, and my mind is a jumbled mess as we slip into Lauren's car to head to dinner. Lauren came dangerously close to discovering me in her brother's bed, and who's to say she couldn't still piece things together as the night progresses? The excitement I feel is odd, however, because there's a strange thrill at the idea of being caught, which is crazy. Sleeping with Parker is making me crazy. He, though, seems completely unbothered. He's cool, calm, and collected as he chats with Lauren as she drives us away from his house. How is he able to do it? He's in total control, and I'm barely keeping my shit together. We arrive at a small Italian place downtown, a favorite of Lauren's, and head inside. We settle down in a cozy booth near the back. To my surprise, Parker sits next to me, across from Lauren. She doesn't seem to think it's an odd arrangement because she doesn't say a word as she picks up her menu and begins scanning through the options. I want to ask him what in the world he's thinking, but I keep my lips sealed. Lauren orders spaghetti while I opt for a Caesar salad because there's no way I can eat anything substantial right now. Parker goes for lasagna with extra cheese, which totally baffles me. Isn't his stomach cramping up at the thought of Lauren calling us out for lying to her like mine is? Is he actually totally fine and not putting on a poker face, after all? While we wait for our food, Lauren chatters away, and I do my best to pay attention to what she's saying. Suddenly, I feel Parker's fingers brush against my leg under the table. It takes every ounce of my willpower not to gasp out loud at the contact. When I peek up at him, he has this little smirk on his face that tells me that touch was no accident. Parker's knee innocently bumps into mine just then, and I have to force myself to stay calm. He continues engaging Lauren in conversation as if nothing is happening. My palms start to sweat, and I struggle to remember what Lauren is talking about. Wanting to visit Italy, I think? Parker's fingers move higher up my leg, his hand hidden by the tablecloth. My heart beats faster in my chest. We're playing with fire, but Parker seems to be enjoying it. "Chloe, you and I should go together," Lauren suggests brightly. I feel my cheeks instantly start to heat at being the center of her attention. The more she focuses on me, the more likely it is that she'll pick up on my anxiety and then become suspicious. Wouldn't a girl's trip to Italy be fun? I manage a smile and nod, not trusting myself to speak while Parker's fingers draw imaginary lines on my thigh. After bumping his hand aside and swallowing hard, I finally manage to choke out, "That sounds like a great idea." Lauren grins and dives into a monologue about some of the best destinations in Europe. It's a relief when she stops paying such close attention to me, and I'm able to let my attention wander back under the table. Parker hasn't been deterred. His hand now rests comfortably on my knee, and he sends electric shocks all over my body each time he gives it a squeeze. He's teasing me, challenging me even. Daring me to play this game with him. Our food arrives, and thank goodness for that. Parker is forced to withdraw his hand. I take a deep breath, feeling as though I've been underwater for too long. Parker starts working on his lasagna with an innocent look plastered on his face, the absolute audacity. There's a twinkle in his eye that tells me he's far from done. That's fine, because neither am I two can play at this game. As I reach for my water glass, I let my hand brush his ever so slightly. His eyes flicker to mine, a glint of surprise in them. He recovers quickly, though, his lips curving into a slow smile. Bring it on, Parker, it's war now. I dig into my salad while devising my plan of attack. All thoughts of panic regarding our secret are completely forgotten. This game of ours takes precedence, pushing all other concerns to the back of my mind. Lauren talks about some art exhibit she visited in Paris once, but I'm only half listening. Instead, I'm focusing on Parker. The way he digs his fork into his pasta and brings it to his mouth so slowly, so deliberately. He's trying not to show it, but I can tell he's anticipating my next move. Once Lauren starts a story about getting lost in Rome, I seize my opportunity. I slip my foot over to his under the table. For a moment, I just let it rest against his leg. Then, ever so slowly, I run it up his calf. His eyes shoot to mine immediately, and he almost chokes on his lasagna. Thankfully, he recovers quickly before Lauren notices or asks what's wrong. Clearing his throat, he continues to chat with his sister as if nothing has happened, but there's a new glimmer in his eye now, along with that smug smile that has grown even wider. I continue to stroke my foot along his calf. I'm not able to move too much because of the awkward position, but it's still enough to affect him. He suddenly maneuvers his leg to pin mine against the booth, trapping me. My breath leaves me in a rush, and I duck my head to my salad, pretending to give it my full attention. Before I can make another move, Lauren pipes up again with a laugh. Parker, you've got sauce on your cheek. I feel Parker's hold on my leg tighten momentarily before he releases me. When Lauren finally looks away from us and resumes her storytelling, Parker and I lock eyes again. I can tell that he's enjoying himself, and I hate to admit that I'm enjoying myself much more than I should. Oh, I forgot to tell you until just now. Lauren sighs, her tone turning suddenly somber. Bethany is coming home for the 4th. Mom is insisting on it, I guess. The atmosphere around us shifts in an instant. The playful gleam leaves Parker's eyes, and he turns to stare at Lauren with a mixture of shock and disbelief on his face. What? He snaps. Why would she insist on Bethany coming home? Lauren shrugs. I don't know, you'd have to ask Mom. Bethany, I remember Bethany. Parker's twin. I haven't seen her since high school. I have no idea where she's been or why Parker doesn't seem exactly thrilled for her to be coming home. As curious as I am, though, I don't pry. Parker is shutting down before my eyes, turning inward and quiet. There are no more playful touches or subtle flirting. The tension at the table grows thick and cold, and I'm not exactly sure what I should do to try and break through it. So, I don't do anything. I pick at my salad and sit in the cloying silence, eager for this dinner to be over.
Chapter 12. Parker. The next day, I'm still fuming as I drive through town to my mom's house. Hearing that Bethany is coming home instantly soured my mood and ruined the rest of dinner the night before. I was so agitated and angry that I couldn't even enjoy Chloe's company after that bombshell was dropped. She ended up going home as soon as we reached my house and she could get her car, as if she instinctively knew it was better if she just left me alone. Seeing her car pull away, I'd felt a pang of regret. She was the one person who could make everything better. Just her presence alone would have been enough to calm my nerves, but I couldn't do that to her. I didn't want to pull her into my family's drama. It's not like she's my girlfriend or anything. Adding unnecessary stress onto her would be unfair and selfish, so in the end, I'm happy she left when she did. As I navigate the familiar streets to my mom's house, my grip tightens on the steering wheel with each passing block. It's hard to ignore the growing sense of dread building up in me. Anticipation gnaws at me as I remember Bethany's departure years ago, an abrupt and unpleasant memory that still leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Parking the car outside the white picket fence surrounding the house, I sit for a moment to stare at its cheery facade. It's such a sharp contrast to the conflict I'm feeling that it almost seems to be mocking me. The very thought of Bethany walking through those doors again is too jarring. What would we even say to each other? How would we interact? Our last interaction had been so bitter and strained that us having anything after that seemed impossible. Pushing those thoughts aside, I swing the car door open and trudge up the walkway. I have to confront this issue now. I need an explanation from my mom, and I need to get a better sense of what I should be expecting from my twin. The second I step inside, Mom is already waiting for me in the hallway, wringing her hands together nervously. "Did Lauren tell you I was coming?" She nods with a slight grimace. "Parker," she begins, "before you start." I don't let her finish. "Why is Bethany coming home?" She blinks at my bluntness but doesn't falter in her response. "Because she wants to, and because she's still a part of this family." "You say that as if it explains everything," I grumble. "You should have talked to Lauren and me first. We should have had a say about Bethany coming back. After what she did, I know what happened." Mom cuts in sharply. Her eyes flash with a mixture of sadness and anger. "And I also know that we need to move on from that. You kids can't simply pretend Bethany doesn't exist for the rest of your lives. It's not fair." "Fair?" I explode, unable to keep the bitterness from seeping into my voice. Did Bethany think about what was fair when she screwed us over? When she betrayed us and turned her back on this family without looking back? Enough. Mom's voice resonates around the room, effectively silencing me. It's that tone she rarely uses anymore, but it's the one filled with an authority that I can't argue against. It doesn't matter if I'm an adult now, with my own opinions and thoughts, she's still my mom. The best I can do right now is just make my case in a calm, yet firm manner. She made a mistake, Parker. A huge one, but believe me when I tell you, she's been paying for it all these years. Her words don't pacify me in the least. I don't care what kind of guilt-ridden life my sister has been leading. I'd be completely content never seeing her again, which only makes my irritation at my mom for making this arrangement that much stronger. "But you're not the one who gets to decide that," I counter in a low but strong voice. "She's your daughter, yes, but she's my sister, too, and I'm not ready to forgive her." Mom reaches out and takes my hand, her eyes pleading with me to understand. "I know it hurts, Parker," she says softly. "Believe me, I understand, but we can't change the past. All we can do is move forward and try to heal." It's a sentiment I've heard before, a plea for peace that rings hollow in my ears. Some wounds cut too deep to simply patch up and forget. Plus, why is it that the people who have been wronged are expected to be the bigger people to make things right? "I'm not sure I can, Mom," I warn her, pulling my hand away to cross my arms over my chest defensively. "Parker," she murmurs. The disappointment is clear in her eyes. With a sigh of frustration, I turn on my heel and head toward the door. I've said my piece and heard hers. There's nothing more left to say or do. As much as I hate this situation, as much as it pains me to see Bethany again after all these years of silence and resentment, there's also a part of me that hates upsetting my mom like I am now. Without a backward glance, I open the front door and stride toward my car. As I slide into the driver's seat, I grip the steering wheel tight, allowing the anger to wash over me like a tidal wave. The memory of Bethany's betrayal comes rushing back, raw and painful as though it happened yesterday. How can Mom expect me to just put this anger aside and forgive her? Starting the car, I let out a deep sigh and pull onto the street. I need time to clear my head, to process this unfortunate turn of events. I decide to go see Lauren. If anyone can understand how upset this whole thing has made me, it's her. The drive to Lauren's house is swift, and soon, I find myself at her front door. I hit her doorbell and wait, my foot tapping impatiently. A few moments later, Lauren opens the door with a surprised frown. "Parker? What's up? Is everything okay?" "I just got done talking to Mom," I tell her grimly. Eyes going wide, she pulls me inside and closes the door behind us. "What did she say?" she asks. "She wants us to put everything behind us and forgive Bethany." Just saying the words has bitterness bubbling up inside of me. She releases a long breath and shakes her head, her gaze sympathetic. "That's basically what she told me, too. I can't believe it, I confess. Not after everything." "I know," Lauren murmurs. She places a comforting hand on my shoulder. "So, what do we do?" "I'm not sure," Lauren replies with a sigh. "Come on, let me make us some tea. We can talk about it some more." I hesitate, looking over her head toward the stairs. "What about Chloe?" The last thing I want is for Chloe to stumble in on this mess. "She's working late," Lauren assures me. "We've got the house to ourselves for a while yet." Reassured that we're alone, I follow Lauren through the house and into the kitchen. The burden of Bethany's return presses heavily on my heart. As much as I fear what it might mean, what it might resurrect from the past, I know that I must confront it, for better or worse.
Chapter 13. Chloe. I'm anxious to see Parker again as I make my way to the rental property one bright, sunny morning. It's been 2 days since that awkward dinner with him and Lauren, and I haven't talked to him since. He hasn't texted or called, which has me worried. Lauren told me he stopped over the previous night to talk things over after he went to see their mom. She didn't give me details about what exactly happened with Bethany to make Parker so upset at the prospect of her return, and I didn't pry. I figure that if Parker wants me to know, he'll tell me himself. Still, I can't deny that I'm curious. What could Bethany have possibly done to make Parker seemingly hate her so much? As I approach the property, I notice Parker's pickup truck parked outside. Heart banging against my chest, I take a deep breath and get out of my car. I'm actually nervous to see him. He was so upset the other night, and I didn't know what to do to help, or if I should even try to help in the first place. I'm not his girlfriend, after all, so I'm not sure what I can or should do to offer comfort or support. I walk up to the entrance to the building and walk inside. I can hear the sounds of construction happening upstairs. Parker and his crew have started renovating the outdated units, so I make my way up to the floor they're working on. As I step onto the third floor, the smell of fresh paint and dust fills my nostrils. The area is already starting to take shape, walls have been knocked down, new drywall is up, and several ladders are scattered around the space. Parker? I call out tentatively as I make my way down the hall while peering into the open doorways. A few seconds later, Parker emerges from one just ahead of me. His t-shirt is covered in dust and sweat. He rips his safety glasses off and wipes his brow before greeting me. "Chloe, hey." His voice lacks its usual warmth, which makes me frown slightly in response. "Didn't expect to see you here. I thought I'd come by and see how things are going." I try to infuse more confidence into my voice than I feel. "Is now a good time?" He glances back toward the work going on in the apartment behind him before shrugging. "Sure?" With that, he beckons me to follow him into what will soon be a modern living room. It's strange being with him in this quiet, half-finished space. He's not his usual easygoing self. I can tell by the stern set of his jaw and the dark circles under his eyes. He looks as though he has the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. We don't speak for several moments, but soon, the silence becomes too much for me to bear. I say, "Lauren told me you had a long talk with her about Bethany." Parker sighs deeply and looks away. When he speaks, his voice is low and his words clipped. "Yeah, we did. I don't know what happened between you guys, I confess. But if you want to talk about it." I trail off as Parker chuckles darkly under his breath. "That's just it, Chloe," he says bitterly, looking at me with tired eyes. "I'm tired of talking about it. But..." "No," he interrupts. "It's not your problem, Chloe. Let it go. I just want to help." I said, "Let it go?" He snaps, shocking me with his harsh, ice-cold tone. He's never spoken to me like that before. In fact, now that I think about it, I don't remember a time when he's talked to anyone like that before, at least not in my presence. Taken aback by his outburst, I stumble a step backward. "Parker, I'm sorry. I just..." "It's none of your business," he snarls. Feeling the sting of his words, I swallow back the lump forming in my throat. I wasn't expecting this kind of response, and I don't know how to react to it. The tension between us is palpable, and I feel like I'm drowning in it. I start to say, but my words come out as a whisper. "You should probably go, Chloe." His voice is harsh, but his gaze is not on me anymore, it's unfocused, lost somewhere between the worn-out floorboards and the freshly painted ceiling. "I don't want you to get in the way here." I blink back at him. My mouth opens and closes, but no sound comes out. He continues to glare at our surroundings instead of looking at me directly, and I can tell he's not going to give me the option to try and reason with him. Nodding slowly, I turn around and begin to walk away, feeling his eyes on my back. The air feels heavy as lead as I retreat down the corridor. The echo of my footsteps in the empty halls is deafening. I manage to reach my car before the dam breaks and the tears start streaming down my face. Right now, I feel like an intruder who barged into a realm she wasn't supposed to enter. I crossed an invisible line, and all I want to do is go back and pretend it never happened. I didn't mean any harm or to be nosy. I just wanted him to know that I'm here if he ever wants to talk. I feel my heart swelling painfully in my chest. My jaw clenches as a sob escapes me, echoing in the quiet of the parking lot. After several long moments where I can't seem to catch my breath, I finally manage to calm down enough that I can safely drive home. Still, I sit there, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white, staring blankly at the outdated building. The sight of it makes my stomach churn, and I'm suddenly so desperate to leave that it feels like a physical pain. With a jerk, I put the car in gear and peel out of the parking lot, ignoring the startled look from one of Parker's crew members as I speed away. My driving is reckless and far too fast, but right now, I don't care about anything other than putting as much distance between me and that building as I can. I reach home feeling numb and hollowed out from crying. Inside the house, everything looks eerily normal, like a stark contrast to the chaos inside me. I make it to the couch, where I drop down heavily and bury my face in my hands, overcome by an exhaustion that seems bone deep. A knot of unease tugs at the edges of my heart as I realize that it might take more than a simple apology to mend things between Parker and me, and I'm not sure who it should come from. I'm confused, hurt, and tired, so I curl up on the couch and cry myself to sleep.
Chapter 14. Parker. I stand in the empty hallway long after Chloe's left, my heart pounding in my chest. Her scent lingers in the air, making my head spin and my stomach churn. I run a hand through my hair, regretting each harsh word I'd thrown at her. Why did I let my temper flare up like that? None of what's happening is her fault. A part of me answers the question instantly, because I'm being a coward. I'm afraid of letting her see my vulnerabilities, my problems. So, I pushed her away before she got too close and saw just how messy my life really is. Squeezing my eyes shut, I replay her shocked expression when I'd snapped at her. God, I really made a mess this time, didn't I? It was as if I could still see each flicker of confusion and hurt in her eyes. Feeling like a lowlife, I begin to pace anxiously up and down the hallway. What have I done? Chloe didn't deserve to be treated that way. She didn't deserve it at all. I can tell that she was here out of concern for me, not to be a busybody or lecture me about the importance of family and forgiveness, like others have done. Minutes turn into hours, and yet, I can't get over how easily and quickly I hurt Chloe. She had only offered to help, and all I did was lash out at her like an enraged beast. Her teary-eyed expression haunts me while guilt gnaws at every part of my being. By the end of the day, I know I have to talk to her and apologize. It's late by the time I leave the building, but I make my way to a nearby market that's open 24 hours and buy her a bouquet of flowers. Maybe it's a little cheesy, but I don't feel like I can show up at her doorstep empty-handed. I choose yellow roses, because I know they're her favorite. I drive to her house and park on the street outside. It's only then that I remember that I can't just show up in the middle of the night with flowers and knock on her front door. How in the world would I explain myself to Lauren? My sister would tear me apart, not only for sleeping with her best friend, but also for treating her so harshly. I sit in my car for several minutes, the flowers sitting on the seat next to me while I try to figure out what I should do. Just leaving isn't an option. I have to talk to her. I have to make this right. But how? With a determined huff, I grab the flowers, get out of my car, and sneak to the backyard. I look up and breathe out in relief when I see a light is on in her window. She's still awake. Quietly, I creep to the trellis that runs up the side of the house adjacent to her window. A foolish idea, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Cursing under my breath, I hold the flowers in my mouth and start to climb, praying that the old, wooden structure holds me. Every rustle and creak of the trellis feels blaringly loud in the silence of the night. The vine-covered lattice is rough against my hands, and I keep scraping my knuckles as I climb. Finally, I reach her window and tap gently on the glass pane. I see her silhouette shift behind the curtains, and my heart thumps loudly in my chest. The curtain pulls back, and there she is, her eyes wide and surprised as they find mine. "Chloe," I whisper after taking the bouquet out of my mouth and holding it up so she can see it better. She stands frozen for a moment before realization dawns on her face, and she unlatches the window. "What are you doing here, Parker?" she asks. "I came to apologize," I say while leaning the upper half of my body on her windowsill. There's an uncomfortable pause where neither of us knows what to say or do. "You scared me earlier," she finally murmurs. "I know," I admit and run a hand over my face with a sigh. "I shouldn't have said those things. But you did." Chloe looks down at her hands, and she starts biting the corner of her bottom lip. Seeing how upset she is just makes me feel even worse for snapping at her like I did. I'm sorry, Chloe, I say. Truly, I am. Seeing the disbelief in her eyes, I say it again, I am truly sorry. There's an earnestness in my voice that even I hadn't expected. She glances up at me, her face unreadable, but I see a glimmer of hope hidden deep within her gaze. She doesn't speak for a while, seemingly gathering her thoughts, but then, she finally breaks the silence. Barging into someone's room in the middle of the night holding their favorite flowers doesn't make up for what you did. I know. I don't expect it to. But I wanted to let you know how much I regret my words. It was totally uncalled for to talk to you like that. Chloe frowned slightly, scrutinizing my face, I'm guessing for any sign of insincerity. I dare not break away from this stare down. It isn't about winning or losing, it's about opening up to someone who means more to me than I'd like to admit. Then why did you say them? She asks after a moment. The words hang in the air between us, and I can't help but feel a lump forming in my throat. I've never been one for baring my soul, not even to the closest people in my life. But Chloe, she has a way of breaking down my walls, making me want to share every raw and painful part of myself with her. I was scared, I confess, while looking down at the roses clasped tightly in my hands. They're wilting slightly now, just like my bravado. I am scared. You're scared? She echoes, and her eyes widen with surprise. Yes. I admit. Meeting her gaze once more, I sigh as a weight lifts off my shoulders for having said it out loud. Then, there's silence again, which is only interrupted by the distant sound of crickets and the rustle of leaves. Come inside, she murmurs. That simple invitation brings a wave of relief. I nod, stepping down from the windowsill and into her room. Chloe looks at me, then glances at the flowers. She reaches out and takes them, a small smile tugging at the corner of her lips as she studies them. They're beautiful, she murmurs and sets them on her desk. When she turns back around to face me, there's a vulnerability in her eyes that matches my own. I'm sorry for hurting you, I say again. This time, the words don't sound hollow or rehearsed. They're simply the truth. It won't happen again. I promise. Chloe looks at me for a long moment, her gaze heavy with uncertainty. Then, to my surprise, she laughs softly. You know, Parker, you have a very romantic and cinematic way of apologizing. I can't help but chuckle at her observation. There's still tension in the air, thick and palpable, but her laughter lightens it somewhat. What can I say? I'm a man of grand gestures, I reply, my tone teasing as I maneuver around the room to sit on the edge of her bed. She shakes her head slightly at my flippant response and sits beside me, maintaining an appropriate distance that I respect. Just because the tension between us has lightened doesn't mean she'll just magically forget what I said. She gazes down at her fidgeting fingers in her lap. Promises are easy to make, she murmurs after a few moments of silence. But they're not always easy to keep. I nod. I know. But I mean it, Chloe. Chloe finally turns to face me, and our eyes meet. She appears contemplative as she studies my face before letting out a small sigh. All right, she says softly. She holds my gaze for another moment before breaking into a small smile. All right? I ask hesitantly. She reaffirms with a nod, her smile growing a bit. All right. I forgive you. I release a long breath, my shoulders sagging. That's such a relief, I tell her. I felt so awful, and none of it was your fault. Before I can finish, she takes my face in her hands and pulls me down to her. She swallows my words with a kiss. Surprise registers in my mind for a split second before I give in to the warmth of her lips on mine. I let her take the lead, and Chloe deepens the kiss, her tongue slipping into my mouth without hesitation. Her hand slides under my shirt, her fingernails raking gently across my skin. I can't help but moan against her lips as my own hands find her hips, pulling her closer to me. It's a desperate, urgent kiss. Heat pools in my stomach as she tugs at my shirt. She pulls it off and tosses it aside, then runs her hands across my chest. I'm already growing hard as she pushes me onto my back and straddles my hips, leaning down to kiss me with more fervor. She grinds against me, the fabric creating a delicious friction that only heightens my arousal. I slide my hands under her shirt, caressing her back and then up to cup her breasts. Chloe moans into my mouth as she grinds harder against me, seeking more friction. Before things can escalate further, though, she suddenly pulls back and gazes down at me with flushed cheeks and swollen lips. We should stop, she murmurs. We shouldn't do this here. Lauren is just down the hall. Okay, I manage to get out, my breath coming in ragged gasps. She's right, of course. We don't want to risk getting caught by Lauren. Chloe rises from my lap and straightens her shirt while I sit up and put mine back on. I'm glad you came over tonight, she admits while giving me another small smile. Yeah, we should do this more often, I reply in an attempt to lighten the mood. She chuckles softly. Not the making out part, Parker, she retorts and rolls her eyes playfully. The talking. The clearing things up. But the making out part wasn't bad, either, right? She blushes a bit but doesn't deny it. Go home, Parker. Then, she pushes me lightly toward the window with a smile on her face. Just remember, I say as I climb onto the windowsill, my promises are not just words. They mean something. As I jump off and land on the ground below, I hear her voice above me, soft in the quiet night air. I'll remember that, Parker. As I walk away from the house, a sigh of relief escapes my lips. Tonight went better than I'd anticipated. Coming clean about my feelings and apologizing to Chloe was the right thing to do. Promises are easy to make, her voice echoes in my head. I intend to keep mine. I won't hurt Chloe again, not if I can help it. As I turn around for one last look at my sister's home fading into the distance, warmth fills my heart. I'm going to make sure she doesn't regret giving me another chance. I'll deal with my family stuff without letting any of it touch Chloe and taint what we have.
Chapter 15. Chloe. I watch as Parker's silhouette gradually disappears into the darkness, his departing words ringing in my ears. I bring a hand to my tingling lips, my body still humming from our kiss. My room suddenly feels too quiet, too empty without him. His scent still lingers in the air. I'm left aching and wanting, but I shake my head to try to clear my thoughts. It would have been irresponsible for us to go any further. Lauren is just down the hall, and the chances of getting caught are way too high for us to risk it. Lying in bed, though, I can't get my body to calm down. The fact that he came to my window in the middle of the night and brought flowers, it's so romantic and thoughtful. That, coupled with our kiss, makes it difficult to clear my mind enough to sleep. Biting my lip, I slip a hand down the length of my torso and into my panties. I close my eyes and let my imagination wander back to Parker. In my mind, I'm back in his arms, reliving the way it felt when he held me and when he kissed me like he'd never get enough. I moan quietly as my fingers mimic his touch, stroking my tender flesh, my body aching for the real thing. I fantasize that he's over me and that it's his hand between my legs, petting my sex while he gazes down at me with his bright eyes. Chloe, Parker whispers huskily in my ear as he teases me mercilessly, "You're so wet for me, baby." My breathing becomes ragged as I picture him lowering his head between my thighs, licking and sucking at my sensitive clit. My fingers work faster, my imagination filling in the missing parts, the sound of his voice, the taste of his lips, the heat of his touch. I can almost feel his body against mine, his strong arms holding me close as he takes me to the brink of ecstasy. His thumb presses against my clit, and a gasp escapes my lips as waves of pleasure wash over me. The sheets beneath me grow damp with sweat as I clutch at them, the tension in my body escalating. I bite down on my lip to muffle the whine of pleasure that bubbles up from deep within. The image of Parker, his eyes dark with desire, is too potent to ignore. He moves closer still while calling my name with yearning, then leaves a trail of kisses down my stomach. My pulse skyrockets, and I clench the sheets tighter as my other hand works furiously between my thighs. Each stroke brings me closer to the edge. The thin line between reality and fantasy blurs until there's nothing but him, his touch, his scent, his voice. In the depths of my imagination, Parker lifts his gaze to meet mine as he dips his head lower. His tongue flicks against the most sensitive part of me, and I shudder violently at the sensation. My climax is imminent now, a coiled spring waiting to be released. My fingers delve deeper, matching the urgent rhythm of Parker in my mind. His name slips past my lips like a prayer just as the wave crashes over me and my back arches off the bed. My fingers slow their pace as a series of tremors rack through me, each one stealing my breath away. When the waves finally recede, I'm left lying in my bed panting and drenched in sweat. Reality begins to seep back in, pushing away the intoxicating fantasy of Parker. The absence of his touch, his voice, and his kiss hits me like a punch to the gut. I wish he was here with me, but instead, I am alone. I wipe the dampness from my forehead with the back of my hand and try to steady my erratic heartbeat. My hands are shaking from the intensity of it all. From the intensity of him. Sighing, I curl onto my side and pull my blanket up to my chin, suddenly feeling the chill of the room creep into my heated skin. The memory of Parker and our brief encounter drifts through my mind again like a sweet torment. My thoughts cling stubbornly to him, not allowing me to drift into sleep. I lie awake staring at the ceiling as Parker continues to haunt me. Drawing in a deep breath, I reach out and switch on the low, warm light of my bedside lamp. My fingers trace over the petals of the roses he left behind. It was such a sweet gesture that it makes my heart clench. With a sigh, I let myself drift further into the labyrinth of fantasy and yearning. My thoughts are still filled with him. His eyes watching me from under long lashes, his firm lips whispering sweet words against my ear, his strong arms pulling me closer against his chest. Each thought sends another wave of heat rushing through my veins. I imagine him caressing my hair away from my face, tracing a path down my neck with soft kisses. His lips would find mine again, and we'd lose ourselves in each other. Just the idea of him hovering over me again sends an anticipatory shiver down my spine. My body tingles at the mere thought of having him close once more, to feel his skin against mine, to taste him. An involuntary whimper escapes my lips as I picture him trailing a path lower down my body, his fingers moving deftly over my thigh while he smirks up at me devilishly. I stop myself from letting the image go any further, though. I need to sleep. I can't just spend the whole night fantasizing about Parker and touching myself over and over. In the end, I know I won't be fully satisfied because I need him so badly. I pull the blanket tighter around me, the chill no longer imaginary but real. Even though my body still hums with the remnants of my orgasm, my body still aches for more.
Chapter 16. Parker. A week passes, and the day Bethany is supposed to arrive comes all too soon. Lauren and I go to our parents' house, though a part of me wants to skip the whole ordeal and leave them all to their reunion. I'm simply not interested. To my consternation, Lauren invites Chloe to come along with us. Not that I don't appreciate her presence, but I don't know why she needs to get tangled up in this whole mess. It's not her drama to deal with. The house is filled with unfamiliar sounds, the clanking of dishes, hushed whispers, nervous laughter. It feels like a gathering for a funeral rather than a welcome home party. The air is thick with tension and anticipation. My mother, ever the gracious hostess, rushes around the kitchen with a manic look in her eyes. My father sits silently with his newspaper, feigning interest. How can he be okay with this? Mom, I can kind of understand, but Dad? After Bethany nearly ruined everything that he's built? Lauren catches my eye from across the dining room and rolls hers. Chloe is standing next to her, and I can tell she's confused. Of course, she is. She has no idea what really went down between Bethany and my family. She knows I haven't spoken to my twin in years, but I'm sure the thick tension hanging in the air is throwing her off. I'm sure she'd rather be anywhere but in the middle of my family drama, and seeing as how I feel the exact same way, I can't say that I blame her. Needing to do something to stay busy, I push off from the wall I've been leaning against and make my way to the liquor cabinet. Isn't it too early to start drinking? Lauren asks after appearing at my side. She picks up a bottle of whiskey and examines it critically. Given the circumstances, we should already be drunk, I reply, then pour myself a generous glass of the whiskey. She snorts, a sound that holds more truth than humor. Filling her own glass, she clinks it against mine. She then turns to Chloe. You want one, too? She asks. Chloe nods, looking almost relieved at having something to do. Yeah, thanks. Lauren pours Chloe a drink and hands it to her before holding up her glass as if in a toast. To surviving the day, my sister says, and I can only nod in agreement. We all take long sips of our whiskeys, and I relish the burn as it travels down my throat and into my belly. So, Chloe begins cautiously, anyone going to tell me what exactly is going on here? Lauren and I exchange a look, but when I don't offer an explanation, my sister shrugs and releases a long sigh. It was a few years back, she says. Bethany was working for our dad, just like Parker and I, and, well, she was caught embezzling from the company. She stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from our dad. Chloe's eyes widen, and her mouth drops partially open. If her reaction was about anything else, I'd find it funny. What? But why? No one knows, I chime in, my voice huskier than I anticipated. Perhaps due to the whiskey, or maybe because I was about to be around Bethany after so long. She never explained herself. You'd think she would have confessed when she was caught, Lauren says, and there's a hint of bitterness in her tone. Nope. I shake my head, memories floating back like pieces of a broken glass. She simply packed her bags and left, leaving us all behind to clean up her mess. She nearly ruined the company. We all had to work our asses off to stabilize things again. Chloe looks shocked as she sips her whiskey mechanically, probably wishing it could wash away the uncomfortable knowledge she's just acquired. Interesting family reunion this is going to be, she declares finally. You have no idea, Lauren and I say in unison before bursting into laughter, though it's humorless and filled with underlying tension. Just then, the doorbell rings, bringing an abrupt end to our laughter. It's as if someone has flipped a switch, and the house comes alive, the atmosphere buzzes with a strange mixture of dread and anticipation. I'm not sure why, but I blurt out, I'll get it. Before anyone can object, I make my way to the front door and hesitate a moment before yanking it open. Bethany stares up at me, her eyes wide, which are hazel like mine. Her dark hair, again like mine, except hers falls in long waves around her shoulders, is impeccably styled. She's a head shorter than me, but looking at her now feels like looking in a strange sort of mirror. There's too much of my face in hers. Parker, she breathes, clearly stunned to see me. Hey. I don't know what you think you're doing here, I growl, but don't bother trying to play nice with me. Whatever you've done to convince Mom and Dad that you aren't the same selfish, spoiled brat you always were won't work on me. Her face falls a fraction, but she quickly recovers, lifting her chin defensively. I didn't come here for you, she says in an icy tone. I can see the challenge in her hazel eyes. She's different somehow. Not the weepy, emotionally unstable girl who fled from home years ago. She's hardened now, a shell around her like an unforgiving armor. That's good because I don't want you here, I retort while crossing my arms over my chest, my whiskey glass dangling from my fingers. Well, it's not your decision to make. Her gaze shifts behind me, and a hint of warmth flashes through her eyes as they land on Lauren, who's standing behind me in the hallway. Bethany pushes past me, rolling her suitcase inside. Lauren. She exclaims, enveloping our sister in a hug that seems genuine. There's love there. Family love that's been absent for so long that it feels foreign now. Lauren appears stunned at first, but then, she slowly returns the embrace. I feel a flood of emotions, then, pangs of, something. Anger? Jealousy? It makes my hand tighten around the glass in my hand until veins pop against the skin of my knuckles. I retreat back to the liquor cabinet and pour another glass of whiskey, downing it in one go as noise fills the house again. This time, it's louder, more animated. Behind me, Mom and Dad come out of the kitchen, and Bethany throws herself at them with dramatic flourish, her tears and laughter mingling with their happy exclamations. I watch from afar with a hard look in my eyes. As if sensing my gaze on them, Bethany turns to look at me over Mom's shoulder. Her gaze is challenging, yet holds a silent plea that I have no interest in responding to. Hey, Chloe says softly, suddenly appearing beside me. You okay? No, I answer honestly. She reaches up and puts a hand on my arm, but before she can say anything else, my mom turns toward us. Parker, come join us. Chloe. Do you remember Bethany? I don't move, but Chloe gives me a lingering look before crossing the room to join the rest of my family. I stay where I am, hugging my glass of whiskey as Bethany's return continues to unsettle me, rippling through our family like a wave. The old bitterness and resentment resurface, clenching around my heart like a vice. I down my whiskey in one long gulp, the burning sensation searing down my throat and chasing away the cold that has lodged itself there. I pour myself another glass, then take a moment to watch the scene unravel before me. Bethany has everyone under her spell, like she always does. She's laughing at something Dad has said, and Mom is beaming at her with unabashed joy with tears shimmering in her eyes. Chloe is standing next to them, looking both fascinated and uncomfortable by this sudden canopy of familial warmth. I notice Lauren has stepped away from the group to refill her drink. She catches my gaze and gives me a weak smile, a mutual understanding passing between us. We had managed to keep things steady during Bethany's absence. Her return stirs up feelings that neither of us had wanted to relive. With every bout of laughter that echoes through the house, a sharp stab of resentment pierces through me. I'm left wondering how they could welcome her back so easily after all the chaos she'd left in her wake. Just then, Bethany's laughter dies down as she notices me watching them from afar. Her smile fades slightly, and she makes a move as if to come over, but I lift my hand to stop her. That's when our father steps in, his tall frame blocking my line of sight. Parker, he calls out in a harsher tone than my mother had used, aren't you going to come over here and welcome your sister? At that moment, a bitter laugh escapes me rather abruptly, and everyone turns toward me in shock. I press my clenched fist into my side as the room falls silent. What's so funny about your family asking for your company? Dad questions me with an even sharper edge in his voice. Still chuckling bitterly, I decide not to hold back. Maybe it's the whiskey, or maybe it's just pure resentment, but I can't pretend that any of what's happening is okay anymore. What's so funny is that you all welcomed back the prodigal daughter without a moment's hesitation, I declare, my gaze landing on Bethany, who flinches at my icy tone, while conveniently forgetting that she left nothing but destruction in her path that we all had to deal with. The room falls into a hushed silence. Mom's eyes are brimming with tears as Lauren clenches her jaw. Dad looks at me, his eyes filled with disappointment, but it's Bethany who seems to be affected the most. She looks at me, and her mask finally falls apart to reveal a flicker of guilt. Chloe just appears stunned. The best part? I'm not done yet. And let me remind you all, I continue, my voice steady and my gaze unwavering, Bethany didn't just leave. She ran away, leaving us to pick up the pieces of the chaos she created, and now, she returns and none of you even question it? You're all just okay with it? Bullshit. Enough, Parker. Dad interjects sharply, his face turning a deep shade of red, but I ignore him and keep going. No, it's about time we had this conversation out in the open instead of trying to forget and pretend things are fine. Is this what you've been harboring all these years? Bethany whispers brokenly, her eyes large with shock. I point a finger at her accusingly. When you were out gallivanting around the world, we were here, cleaning up your mess. You shouldn't have come back. It'd be better for us all if you were just dead. The room falls totally silent, and everyone stares at me as if they can't fathom what I've just said. Truth be told, that was harsher than I'd even anticipated. Still, I'm so angry and hurt by this load of crap that I can't make myself care. I think it's best if you leave, son, my dad says at length, breaking the heavy silence that's choking us all. I release a bitter laugh of disbelief. Me? You want me to leave? I shake my head, setting my glass down and glaring at them all. Fine. I don't want to be a part of this farce, anyway. Before any of them can say a word in response, I turn and storm toward the door, wanting to get as far away from my family and their misplaced loyalty as possible. Without so much as a backward glance, I step out into the cool evening air, the slam of the door echoing harshly against the silence. I stride down the driveway, my heart pounding with a mix of relief and regret. I feel liberated from having finally voiced all the pent-up resentment that has been festering within me for years, but at the same time, I wish I hadn't had to do it. I hate the idea of hurting my parents and Lauren, and I know I've done that with my harsh words and abrupt exit. Suddenly, I hear hurried footsteps behind me. I turn around to see Chloe racing toward me, her cocktail dress billowing behind her. She stops in front of me, panting slightly and looking at me with a strange combination of worry and admiration. Hey, she murmurs as she reaches up to put a hand on my arm. You're not leaving without me. I stare down at her, stunned. You sure? You might give us away to Lauren if you do, she shrugs. I don't care. Everyone needs someone in their corner. My heart swells. She's right, and I'm so grateful that she's decided to be in mine.
Chapter 17. Chloe. Lauren, I don't feel like I should be here, I murmur as I gaze around the dining room where her family is gathered. Parker is nearby, quiet and looking more tense than I've ever seen him. I don't know the full story behind Bethany's estrangement, but whatever is going on, it's having a huge effect on him. Don't worry, Lauren assures me. You're as good as family, and besides, I'm kind of hoping that having you here will keep any fistfights from breaking out. She's joking, but I can tell Lauren is just as apprehensive as I am about what's to come. I'd only meant to stay for a short visit, but now, I find myself drawn into an uncomfortable family reunion that is sure to end in disaster. We join Parker and chat for a bit while sipping whiskey, but when the doorbell rings, the air seems to get sucked out of the room. I watch, my heart pounding, as Parker goes to answer the door. Lauren shoots me a nervous look before following after him. I hang back and watch as the family interacts with Bethany. Her parents are clearly thrilled to have her home, and Lauren even seems hesitantly happy to see her sister again. Parker, though, is clearly angry. I slip across the room to stand next to him. Hey, I say softly. You okay? No, he growls. I put a hand on his arm and try to think of something to say, but before I can, his mom calls me over to meet Bethany. Parker is stiff and silent, and I hesitate before crossing the room to join the rest of the family. Oh, my gosh! Bethany exclaims as I approach. Chloe, look at you. You've grown up so much. I give her a strained smile and reply, "It's been a long time. Tonight is the most awkward situation I've ever been in, by far." As Lauren and her parents pepper Bethany with questions and try to catch up with each other, I take a step back and just watch them, weirdly fascinated by the dynamics unfolding in front of me. Parker remains separate from the rest of us, and eventually, his dad tries to call him over when his mom's efforts prove futile. At that, all hell breaks loose. I stand by and watch in astonishment as Parker and his parents start to argue. I've never seen them go at each other like this before. Growing up, this family had always been an example to me of what a healthy, functional family looks like. Since my family had only consisted of me and my dad, I'd never really experienced a traditional family life, and while my dad and I had been close, there'd always been a strange awkwardness between us because he didn't really know how to raise a girl on his own. For me, Lauren's family was the epitome of normal. As far as I was ever aware of, they never fought like this. They never had a reason to. With every word Parker hurls at his sister, I find myself scrutinizing Bethany's reaction. To her credit, she doesn't flinch away from his accusations, taking each one on the chin with an unreadable expression. It hurts to see Parker this way, so angry and hurt and yet not entirely unjustified in his rage. When their father snaps, "I think it's best if you leave, son," I'm stunned. He's asking Parker to leave? Obviously, I don't know the whole story of what went down with Bethany, just the snippet Lauren and Parker told me earlier, but I know Parker doesn't deserve this kind of treatment. He's been loyal to his family and has prioritized them his whole life. Even as a teenager, he always seemed to put his family first. Now, he's getting practically pushed out the door while his sister is embraced and supported, and all for being upset with his sister's deceitful past. It's not fair, and it's not right. The look of hurt and betrayal on Parker's face is gut-wrenching. I feel a surge of anger pulsing through me. How can his family treat him like he's the one who wronged them? I watch as Parker turns and storms out of the house. The room falls silent after the door slams shut behind him. I feel a sudden urge to follow him. I want, no, need, to make sure he's okay, especially since no one else seems to care. If he goes, I'm going, too, I say quietly. I don't know how you can forgive Bethany while pushing Parker away. Not after everything he's done for your family. Chloe, their mother begins in a pain-laced voice, but I ignore her. Offering Lauren an apologetic look, I rush out the door after Parker. I find Parker standing outside, his knuckles white as he clutches his hands into fists at his sides. His entire body trembles with suppressed rage and hurt. It hurts me just watching him. "Hey," I murmur, reaching up to put a hand on his arm. "You're not leaving without me." He turns his gaze down to me, and he looks stunned, his brow furrowed and his lips slightly parted. "You sure? You might give us away to Lauren if you do." I shrug. "I don't care. Everyone needs someone in their corner." Taking hold of his hand, I give it a squeeze, and he interlaces our fingers. My heart starts to beat harder at the contact, and I feel my cheeks flush. Suddenly, he pulls me into a tight hug. I can feel the tension seeping out of him, even as his grip tightens around me. He buries his face in my shoulder, and I let out a shaky breath, pressing my cheek against the top of his head. His voice is muffled when he finally speaks, "Thank you, Chloe." I nod and gently stroke his back. "You don't have to thank me, Park. You'd do the same for me if the roles were reversed." Eventually, Parker pulls away from the hug but doesn't let go of my hand. His gaze drifts towards his parents' house one last time before he hardens his expression and turns away. "Let's go," he says quietly. I follow his lead as we walk away from the house and toward our parked cars. The silence between us is comfortable, filled with shared understanding rather than awkwardness. When we reach his car, Parker hesitates before releasing my hand. He looks at our intertwined fingers for a moment before meeting my eyes again. "Chloe." He seems unsure how to continue but takes a deep breath before trying again. "Chloe, you're really important to me. And I just I reach up with my free hand to gently stroke his cheek, pulling his gaze back to mine. "You're important to me, too," I assure him sincerely. A tiny smile tugs at the corners of his mouth, and he gives my hand another squeeze. "Thank you," he murmurs. We get in the car and drive away, and I feel determined to support Parker and be on his side, even if no one else is.
Chapter 18. Parker. The drive is quiet. Chloe's hand in mine is a lifeline. Her touch is keeping me grounded, so I don't totally spiral out of control and lose my mind. Every time I glance at her, she gives me this small, reassuring smile that somehow manages to calm the storm raging within me. Her words echo in my mind, "You're important to me, too." I close my eyes briefly, as if trying to burn the memory of that moment into my mind. I almost lost it back there, but Chloe, she saved me. Not just for my family, but for myself. "So, did you figure out a listing for that picky client of yours?" I ask at length, breaking the silence between us. I need a distraction of some kind. I don't want to think about Bethany or my family anymore. Chloe chuckles lightly. "Yeah, I did. You won't believe it, but he ended up falling in love with the first property I showed him." "Really?" I respond with a grin. He couldn't stop talking about the vintage chandelier in the dining room. Chloe's infectious laugh fills the car again, and I can't help but smile. We continue to chat aimlessly as I drive to my house. Our conversation is lighthearted and comforting, exactly what I need right now. "I'm glad you were there tonight," I say. "I wouldn't have survived that without you." She blushes at my words and looks away, but not before I catch a glimpse of a shy smile on her face. It brings me a strange sense of satisfaction knowing that I can make her smile like that. When we finally pull up outside my place, the glow from inside is a warm and welcoming sight. Chloe lets go of my hand to unbuckle her seatbelt, but I catch her wrist gently before she can withdraw completely. "Stay," I blurt out, and my throat feels suddenly dry. "You don't have to, I mean. Just if you want to." She gives me a long look before a soft smile graces her lips. "Of course, Parker." We get out of the car and head into the house. I'm still chatting away because a part of me is afraid of the silence. Without the distraction, I know I'll just start thinking of my family again. "What do you think about having a movie night?" I ask as we kick off our shoes in the entryway and move into the living room. "Or do you like video games? I've got Mario Kart." She suddenly turns to face me and presses a hand against my chest, tilting her head back to meet my gaze. "Parker, what do you need?" "What?" I reply, taken aback by the question. "What do you mean? Right now, in this moment, what do you need most? What do I need?" I'm almost too afraid to tell her. What if she thinks I'm a heartless asshole? That I'm only using her? I don't want that, and yet, she's giving me a look that's so full of compassion and understanding that I can't help but want to unburden myself to her entirely. I swallow before finally asking, "Would I be a bad person if I said a distraction? Would you feel used if I said a distraction?" She studies me for a moment with a soft and thoughtful expression. The silence stretches between us, but it's not uncomfortable. It's filled with understanding, compassion, and something else. Something deeper. "No," she finally says with a shake of her head. "I wouldn't feel used. That's what part of this arrangement is for, right?" Before I can come up with a response, she pushes up onto her tiptoes and presses her lips against mine.
Chapter 19. Chloe. In that moment, while standing in front of the man I've grown to care for more than I ever thought possible, all I want to do is help ease his mind and make him forget, at least for a little while. His lips are soft against mine, seeking solace and comfort, and I'm all too willing to give it to him. Parker needs me right now, and I'm glad to be the one who can be here for him. His arms wrap around me, pulling me closer as if afraid I might slip away. He deepens the kiss, and his tongue slides into my mouth with a groan that sets my whole body on fire. All thoughts of Bethany and his family are pushed to the back of my mind as I savor the feel of his warmth enveloping me. He breaks the kiss first, panting slightly as he looks into my eyes. "I'm sorry. I don't want you to think." I silence him with a finger against his lips. "Shh, it's okay. I don't want you to overthink this." I pull him back down to me, and our lips meet again. Immediately, this second kiss is more demanding. More insistent. It's as if he's shedding the last of his hesitation and deciding to give into the desire that seems to always be burning between us. I pull him toward the couch and push him down onto the cushions. Straddling his hips, I press my body against his, feeling his erection through his jeans. A shiver of desire courses through me at the sensation. I need him as much as he needs me. Slowly, I undo the buttons on his shirt, my eyes never leaving his as I expose his chest. He's beautiful, all sinewy muscles and tan skin. Running a finger down the center of his chest, I relish in the way his muscles contract under my touch. He groans and grips onto the couch cushions above him, as if restraining himself from taking control. But tonight, it's my turn to lead. Grinning, I lean down and whisper into his ear, "Do you want to touch me?" His voice is guttural as he replies, "God, yes." "Take off my skirt," I order. His hands slide off the couch and up my skirt, fumbling with the zipper until it gives way. Underneath is just a pair of lacy, black panties that cling to my damp core. Leaning back, I grin as I undo my blouse, revealing a lacy bra that just barely manages to contain my breasts. His eyes darken with desire as he gazes at my breasts. I remove my bra, and his jaw clenches and his fingers dig into my hips. "You're beautiful," he whispers in a low and rough voice. Holding his gaze, I slide off the couch and kneel in front of him. His breathing grows heavy as I begin to undo his pants, revealing his hard length. I wrap my hand around his shaft, which elicits a moan from him. I tease him for a moment, stroking him from base to tip, before leaning in and swirling my tongue around the head of his dick. "Chloe." He says my name around a groan while threading his fingers through my hair. I look up at him through my eyelashes before taking him into my mouth, savoring the taste of him on my tongue. He groans and bucks his hips, but I hold on, teasing him and tasting every inch of him. As I move my mouth up and down his shaft, he continues to grunt my name. "I need to taste you." I release him with a pop and a smack of my lips. Standing, I slip out of my panties, leaving us both naked and exposed. He pulls me into his arms again, crushing our bodies together. His lips find mine, and our tongues tangle as his hands roam over every inch of my body. Laying me down on the couch, he settles between my thighs and moves my legs so they're resting on his shoulders. Desire pulls between my thighs as he looks at me with unrestrained hunger in his eyes. "I want you to scream my name." He dips his head and runs his tongue along my inner thigh, sending shivers racing up and down my spine. I clench around nothing, aching for him to touch me. When his tongue finally glides over my swollen pussy, I cry out. He chuckles softly against my sensitive skin before doing it again, this time pressing just a little bit harder. He alternates between featherlight licks and harder sucks, causing me to writhe beneath him. My nails dig into the couch cushions above me as the sensations build inside of me. "Parker!" I moan, arching my hips up toward him as my orgasm starts to build. He must sense how close I am because he slides 2 fingers inside of me while continuing to pamper my clit with his tongue. The pressure is too much, and I come apart in his arms, crying out his name as wave after wave of pleasure washes over me. After my climax subsides, he slides off the couch and settles between my splayed thighs. His eyes are dark with lust, and I can't help but shiver in anticipation at what's to come. "I've never wanted anyone as much as I want you right now," he growls as he positions himself at my entrance. Wrapping my legs around his waist to pull him even closer, I send him a coy smile. "Then take me." Slowly, so agonizingly slow, he pushes inside of me, stretching me in the best way possible. Our gazes lock as our bodies become one. I can feel every ridge and vein of him inside of me as he starts to move, each thrust deeper than the last. The way his hips roll against mine feels so good, I never want it to stop. With each thrust, the pleasure inside of me builds higher and higher. I gasp, grabbing onto his biceps as he angles his hips just so, hitting my G-spot with every thrust. The sensations build again, coiling low in my belly until I can't take it anymore. "Parker!" I scream as my second orgasm of the night overtakes me. He grunts my name as he follows me into the abyss, his body tensing above mine as we ride out our orgasms together. Afterward, we lie together on the couch, panting, our bodies still connected as our breathing returns to normal. "That," I managed to mutter, "was amazing," he finishes with a satisfied smirk on his face. Giggling, I wrap my arms around his shoulders and hug him tight to me. "Thank you," he murmurs. I press a kiss to his cheek. "You're welcome." Grinning, he slips out of me and stands up. I watch him with a curious smile and then release a squeal of laughter when he scoops me up into his arms. "What are you doing?" I giggle. "You didn't think we were done, did you?" He smirks as he begins carrying me upstairs. "I'm going to need you to keep distracting me all night long." I throw my arms around his neck and laugh. "Well, then, I better get to work, huh?" "Yep," he says as he nods, giving me a wink. "You know how needy I can be." We reach his bedroom, and he kicks the door shut behind us as he drops his lips to mine in another hungry kiss that feeds my hunger for him, and within moments, I'm ready for him again.
Chapter 2. Parker. Driving my truck through the streets of Newport, I can't help but smile at the familiarity and contentment I feel. I drum my fingers on the dashboard to the beat of the country song playing on the radio, my heart swelling with pride for my hometown. I've never lived anywhere else in my life, and I'm more than okay with that. I travel plenty and have seen lots of the world, but I always am happy to be able to come home to a place that offers me so much peace and familiarity. "Hey, Parker." Mr. Whitmore, an older man who takes a walk every morning to the nearby park and back, calls out. I wave at him through the open window of my truck and slow down so I can respond. "Good morning, Mr. Whitmore. Heading over to the Halsey place?" Mr. Whitmore asks, adjusting his cap against the morning sun. I nod. "Yep, we've got the renovations just about done for that one. Should be on the market soon. Good luck to you." I wave again as I speed back up, leaving Mr. Whitmore to his walk, his cheerful whistle trailing behind him. A few moments later, I pull up to the Halsey place. The house is a grand, old Victorian with tons of character, but like many older homes in Newport, it's been neglected and has seen better days. Pulling up in front of the house, I see Lauren already there waiting for me. She's standing in front of the house with a clipboard in her hand, studying the exterior with a critical eye. "Hey, Lauren," I greet as I jump out of my truck. "How's it looking?" She turns toward me with a grin. "Hey, Parker. It's coming along beautifully. The team did great work restoring the original woodwork." I run my hand along one of the newly polished banisters as I climb up onto the porch, admiring the intricacies of the design. It looks amazing. Suddenly, a loud crash comes from inside the house, followed by a string of curses. I exchange a concerned glance with Lauren before rushing inside to see what's going on. One of the crew members is standing amidst a pile of broken tiles, looking sheepish. "Sorry, boss. The ladder slipped," he explains, scratching his head. I sigh while running a hand through my hair. "Let's get this cleaned up and make sure it doesn't happen again, all right?" As I help the crew member pick up the broken pieces, I can't help but steal another glance at Lauren. There's something about her today that seems off. Even while helping us clean up the mess, she's distracted. She keeps looking around or focusing a bit too long on a specific piece of broken tile before moving on to the next. That's not like her. Lauren is always focused on the job at hand. "How do you think it will sell?" she asks as we finish up. A little taken aback by her sudden shift in mood, I reply honestly, "The market's been unpredictable lately, so it's hard to say, but it's a beautiful house in a good neighborhood. I think it'll do well." She nods and gives me a half-hearted smile before turning her attention back to her clipboard. Her reaction doesn't escape my notice, but before I can ask her about it, we're interrupted by one of the construction crew members hollering for my attention. Finally, after what seems like hours, I manage to get away from the crew so I can hunt Lauren down again to get some answers out of her. I find her inside the house, inspecting the intricately decorated living room. "Lauren?" I call out, my voice echoing in the spacious room. She jumps slightly and turns to me. "Parker, hey. Sorry, I was lost in thought." I nod. "I can see that. Everything okay?" She hesitates, her eyes darting away before returning to meet mine, and her lips are slightly turned down at the corners. "Yeah, everything's fine." I cross my arms over my chest and give her a pointed look. "Lauren, you've never been good at lying to me. Something's going on. What is it?" She sighs and rolls her eyes, like she's tired of me questioning her, but the small sparkle in her eyes lets me know that she appreciates my concern. "Fine. You're such a nag, you know. It's Chloe. I'm just anxious for her. She has a job interview today." "Chloe?" I murmur. "Chloe Davis?" Lauren nods. "Yeah, she moved in with me. I told you that, didn't I?" Now that I think about it, that news does sound vaguely familiar. I think she might have told me when I was trying to focus on laying some tile a while back. Her words hadn't registered then, but they sure as hell do now. Chloe Davis. It's been about 7 years since I've seen her. She went off to college and never came back, not that she had any reason to. After her dad died, she had no family to come back home to see. So, Chloe's back in town, huh? I say, aiming for nonchalance but practically choking on the words. That's cool. That's really, really cool. How is she? Damn it, I sound so nervous. It's so stupid, but my heart is racing at the mere mention of Chloe. I feel like a teenager again, pining after her in the high school hallways. Lauren's eyes narrow suspiciously at my stuttering response. She's good, she says slowly, though her gaze doesn't leave my face. She's been trying to find a job since she moved back, but she hasn't had any luck so far. That's why I'm worried. I run a hand through my hair, trying to dissipate the sudden knot of tension in my chest. Right, a job interview. I nod while trying to appear casual. I hope it goes well for her. Where's she interviewing at? There's a moment of awkward silence before Lauren answers. Actually, Holt Realty. My eyes go wide, and my jaw drops. Holt Realty is the realty company we always work with to sell the houses we renovate. Years ago, we had tried other companies, but for some reason or another, they never worked out long term. Wait, Holt Realty? I splutter in surprise. Our Holt Realty? She gives me a curious look before nodding. Yeah. That's why I've been so distracted today. Well, that's. I run a hand through my hair again, coughing to clear the lump in my throat. That's something. Yeah, Lauren replies. She studies me for a second, then chuckles at what she must see on my face. You seem a little flustered there, Parker. Still carrying a torch for Chloe? What? I exclaim, a little too defensively. No. Of course not. I never carried a torch for her. I just thought she was cute, that's all. I thought a lot of girls were cute back then, if you can recall. Lauren raises an eyebrow at me, but she ultimately decides to let it go. All right, then. She laughs, shaking her head slightly as she turns back to her clipboard. Well, if she gets the job, maybe you'll get to see her around more. Yeah, I mumble under my breath as I watch her walk away, feeling more unsettled than I have in months. Maybe. As the day wears on and we make more progress on the house renovation, my mind keeps drifting back to Chloe. Chloe who stole my heart all those years ago and never knew it. I couldn't exactly hide my interest in her from my sister, but I always played it off as no big deal. Lauren never fully realized just how into Chloe I really was. As the crew wraps up for the day, I find myself alone again in living room. My mind spins with thoughts of blonde hair, brown eyes that swirl like caramel when they catch the sun, and a smile that used to make my heart skip a beat. Chloe Davis. If she gets the job at Holt Realty. I push away from the wall I've been leaning against for the last few minutes, shaking my head to try to clear it. Releasing a long breath, I head for the front door. Parker. Hold on. I turn and spot Lauren running down the house's grand staircase. Lauren? I thought you went home an hour ago. She waves her hand dismissively as she reaches the bottom of the stairs. I wanted to make sure the upstairs bathroom's features were installed correctly. That's not important right now, though. Chloe got the job. For a moment, all I can do is stare at her blankly before reality sets in and my heart lurches in my chest. She did? Lauren nods. Yep. She starts next week. A strange mix of anticipation and dread settles over me. Seeing Chloe again after all these years is going to be interesting, to say the least. While I'm not a teenage boy anymore and I've moved on with my life, the uncertainty of how I'll react to seeing her again makes me feel on edge. Will I still be as drawn to her as I was back then? Are you okay, Parker? Lauren asks, studying my face. I snap out of my thoughts and nod quickly. Absolutely, I say with more confidence than I feel. She gives me a skeptical look but doesn't press further. Okay, well, I'm going to get going. Chloe and I are going to celebrate. See you later. Right, celebrate. I offer her a tight smile. See you tomorrow. She studies me for another moment before giving a shrug and turning for the front door. Once she's out of sight, I let out a sigh that feels like it's been building in my chest all day. Chloe Davis is coming back into my life. She's going to be a permanent fixture at Holt Realty. Granted, she's living with my sister, too, but that doesn't feel nearly as daunting for some reason. Maybe because I know how independent Chloe is and how she'll strive to find her own place as soon as possible. I take another look around the living room, the antique chandeliers catching my gaze. Their soft light reflects off the polished wooden floors, illuminating the room in a warm glow. It's so different from the state we found it in a few months ago, dilapidated and nearly uninhabitable. As I walk slowly towards the door, my hand trails against the smooth, oak banister of the stairs. The brisk evening air hits me as I step outside, providing some much-needed clarity. Seeing Chloe again won't be easy, but it's not something I can avoid, either, not if I want to keep working with Holt Realty or going over to my sister's house. As I make my way towards my truck, thoughts of Chloe continue their relentless assault. I pull myself up into the driver's seat and rev the engine. It rumbles to life beneath me. Flicking on the headlights, the beam cuts through the dusky twilight, illuminating the path ahead. My heart pounds frantically against my chest at the thought of seeing Chloe again. I didn't notice her until high school. Until then, she'd always just been my sister's somewhat annoying best friend. In high school, though, she blossomed from an awkward tomboy into a gorgeous young woman who could charm anyone she encountered. I was on the periphery of her life, always friendly but never too close, watching from the outside as boys flocked around her, drawn to her like moths to a flame. She had been more than cute. She had been captivating, her laughter contagious and her spirit infectious. She had been the kind of girl who filled a room with sunshine just by walking into it. Cheesy, yes, but Chloe always had the ability to turn me into a marshmallow. By the time I pull into my driveway, I realize that my palms are sweaty on the steering wheel. I climb out of the truck, trying to shake away thoughts of the past. Get a grip, Parker, I mutter to myself as I walk up the stone path leading to my front door. Inside, my house is quiet. I usually don't mind, but today, it just gives me more of an opportunity to think. I make my way into the living room and the built-in bar I installed when I first moved in. I pour myself a stiff drink and settle onto my old, leather couch. The ice clicks against my glass as I take a generous gulp of whiskey, feeling the burn of the alcohol warm me from within. I glance around my living room, focusing on the little things around me in an attempt to distract myself. The gleam of the polished mahogany floor under the dim light, the soft texture of the antique rug under my feet, the faint smell of leather from my worn couch. Tonight, though, none of these details can pull my thoughts away from Chloe, the clear ring of her voice when she used to cheer for me at football games. The way her eyebrows furrowed when she was concentrating on solving a math problem. The light in her eyes when she found a book she loved. I try to stop the images flashing through my mind, but they relentlessly continue. I down another mouthful of whiskey and wince at its biting sharpness. Just keep it together, Parker, I whisper into the solitude, pulling my stubbled chin into my hand. I set down my empty glass with a clunk and lean back against the plush backrest of my couch. Releasing a long breath, I shake my head and chuckle. I haven't even seen her yet, and she's already throwing me for a loop. It's going to be one hell of a summer. Chapter 20. Parker. Sunlight filters in through my bedroom's curtains, and I crack open my eyes reluctantly. I feel well rested and content, and I smile as I recall all the ways Chloe distracted me last night. With a satisfied groan, I roll over, expecting to find a warm, soft woman next to me. Instead, all I find is an empty mattress and cool sheets. Disappointment shoots through me, and I sit up. Shit, did she leave? Damn, it would have been nice to wake up with her, but I suppose that's not the relationship we have. We're only friends with benefits, after all. Once the sex is over, there's no reason for her to stick around. My eyes flicker to the end table on her side of the bed, and I spot a folded piece of paper sitting on top of it. With my heart hammering inside my chest, I scramble to grab it and can't help my smile of relief when I see that it's a note from Chloe. She didn't just leave without a word, then. That makes me feel significantly better. I quickly read through the note. Parker. Sorry, I had to slip away early, and I didn't want to wake you. I had to get to work. Holt wants me in early today to go over all the listings he's given me. I hope you're feeling good this morning. Last night was incredible. I'll call later to check in, but until then, know I'll be thinking of you and every naughty thing you did to me. Chloe. This woman is too perfect for me. Sitting back against my pillows, I let my mind wander back to last night and everything that happened, not just with Chloe, but with my family. I can't believe they told me to leave but let Bethany stay. That hurt more than I can put into words. It felt like a betrayal, and I don't know that I'll ever be able to put it behind me. I don't want to lose my family, but I'm not sure how I can face them right now. I can still hardly believe that Chloe walked out with me. It was incredibly brave of her, and my heart swells at the memory. I would never have expected that. Would never have expected her to stick up for me like that. That's not something a person does for a mere friend with benefits. That's something they do for someone they really care about. Chloe cares about me, that much is obvious, but how much? What does she feel for me, exactly? I'm dying to know, but I know I need to figure out what exactly I feel for her first. It wouldn't be fair for me to ask her without first knowing my own answer. What I do know is that she's more than a hookup for me. She's more than just a friend. I realized then that I simply want more from her instead of just a cut and dry arrangement that'll eventually come to an end. The thought of us going back to the way we were before, as if nothing had ever happened, forms a lump of dread inside my stomach. Well, shit, I might be falling for Chloe. Really, truly falling for her. Not just a crush or infatuation. I might actually be falling in love with her. Rubbing a hand over my mouth, I let out a long sigh. Now I've gone and complicated things, haven't I? Later that evening, I'm watching TV and doing my best to relax when the doorbell suddenly rings. My heart leaps, and I jump to my feet. Is it Chloe? She texted me earlier this afternoon just to see what I was up to, but we didn't make any plans to meet up again today. Maybe she's dropping by to surprise me? I hurry to the front door but pause a moment to collect myself before I open it. I don't want her to think I'm too eager or anything. Running a hand through my hair, I take a deep breath and open the door. Oh, I say when I see that it's not Chloe but Lauren standing on my doorstep. It's you. She arches a brow and frowns. You don't need to act so disappointed. Were you expecting someone else? No, I quickly answer with a shake of my head. I wasn't, but I also wasn't expecting you to drop by. I'm not sure how to feel about Lauren right now. I don't think I'm mad at her, exactly, but I'm definitely hurt that she seemed so willing to stand by while our parents kicked me out in favor of Bethany. She holds up 2 plastic bags with a Chinese restaurant's logo on them and says, I brought dinner. Can we talk? I think about it a moment and then slowly nod before stepping aside to let her in. Closing the door, I follow her into the kitchen and watch as she sets out the cartons of food. So, I begin with a heavy sigh, what's up? She glances up at me. I want to talk about what happened yesterday at Mom and Dad's. Look, I'm not interested in hearing any pleas to give Bethany a chance, I growl, cutting her off before she can go any further. So, if that's why you're here. It's not, I promise. I mainly wanted to apologize for not backing you up. What happened was really shitty, and I still can't really believe Dad said that to you. Yeah, I grumble, ducking my head so she can't see the hurt in my expression, though I'm sure she knows that it didn't exactly feel great. That sucked. She doesn't say anything for several moments, and I finally glance up at her. She's studying me with a sympathetic look. If it makes you feel any better, he really regretted it after you left. I shrug. What good does that do? He kicked me out, and no matter how bad he feels about it now, he can't take it back. It doesn't, but, thanks. We don't need to talk about that anymore. Let's just eat, yeah? Okay. She nods, though I can tell there's more she wants to say. Still, she presses her lips together and busies herself preparing plates of food for the 2 of us. She's gotten us Mongolian beef, sweet and sour chicken, and crab rangoon. Just like in college. I chuckle at the spread before us. She grins and nods. I thought we could use a little nostalgia comfort. Thanks, I say softly. This was nice of you. She waves my words off, as if it's no big deal that she came to make sure that I'm okay, which is more than what my parents have done. It's the least I can do. We move into the living room and sit on my couch with our plates. We eat in silence for a while, the only noises coming from the scraping of our forks and the low hum of some sitcom I'd left playing on TV. Lauren keeps glancing at me, her mouth opening like she's about to say something but then closing again. Finally, she puts her plate down and looks squarely at me. I really am sorry. I know. I nod, not sure what else to say. I should have stood up for you. It's done now. Yeah. She wipes her hands on a napkin and sighs heavily, staring at the rug. I don't know what it is about that look on her face, one of sorrow and guilt, but something in me softens a little. Look, it doesn't matter. It happened, and we can't go back in time. She frowns a little but nods, anyway. Then, she gets up and starts clearing our plates. I watch her for a while before standing to help her. We move together in the kitchen, washing dishes and putting away leftovers in comfortable silence. Once everything is cleaned up, we both head back to the living room. Lauren chooses a different sitcom this time, and we sit side by side on the couch again, not talking, just watching TV together like we used to do when we were younger. It's not perfect. It doesn't fix everything or make what happened go away, but for now at least, it feels okay just being here with Lauren. Amidst all this peace and quiet, though, there's still a part of me that can't stop thinking about Chloe and wondering what she would say if she knew I might be falling for her. My heart flutters at the thought, and I can't help but hope she might be thinking about me, too. As if she can read my mind, Lauren suddenly looks back at me and asks, so, what's going on with you and Chloe? I nearly choke on my own spit. What? What are you talking about? Nothing's going on with me and Chloe. She rolls her eyes. Come on, don't give me that. I know you guys have been working together a lot lately, but the way she walked out yesterday to follow you, it seemed like there was a lot more to it than just concern about a colleague. You can't seriously think you can convince me nothing more is happening between you two. We've just gotten reacquainted, that's all, I try to assure her. She's become a friend. Lauren raises an eyebrow, obviously not buying it. Really? Really, I confirm and keep my gaze steady. She studies me for a moment longer before sighing and reclining back into the couch. If you say so, she mumbles. It's obvious she doesn't believe me, but she lets it go, turning her attention back to the TV. I relax and release a long sigh as I watch the show as well. I can't help but let out a snort when an overdramatized love confession scene plays out. Romance writing has really gone down the drain, I comment, more to myself than to Lauren. However, she replies with a chuckle. Right? All subtlety is lost these days. I find myself grinning at her response, something in me feeling lighter despite the inner turmoil caused by my feelings for Chloe. We continue to watch TV, exchanging occasional comments and reactions. Things start to feel closer to normal again, and I'm glad. Not having my twin in my life is hard enough. I'd hate to lose my younger sister as well. Hours pass, and before we know it, it's nearly midnight. Lauren stretches and yawns before getting off the couch. I should get going, she announces. Thanks for letting me hang out. No problem, I reply as I follow her to the door. She smiles at me. So, we can do it again? I'm not banned? I chuckle and shake my head. No, you're not banned. We can definitely do this again, and soon. With that, Lauren leaves my home, and I'm left alone with my thoughts again. I turn off the TV and make my way into my bedroom. As I sink into bed and try to go to sleep, a single thought crosses my mind: maybe things aren't as bad as they initially seemed. After all, I'm not completely alone. I have Lauren, and with her at my side, I feel like maybe, just maybe, I can face whatever comes next. Including confronting my feelings for Chloe.
Chapter 21. Chloe. Staring blankly at my computer screen, I struggle to focus on my work. Thankfully, today, I'm only expected to work a half day, so I don't have to struggle for long. Still, I don't know why I can't seem to keep my attention on the file of listings I've been scrolling through. It's been a couple of days since the disastrous reunion between Parker and his sister, and I've been so busy that I haven't been able to see him again. If I'm being honest, I miss him. Maybe I should call him later and see if he's free to hang out. The door to the office suddenly opens, and Lauren strolls inside. She stops and looks around, and when she spots me, she grins and hurries over to my little desk. "Hey, Chloe!" she exclaims. "You're off at noon, right?" I nod. "Yep, I am. Want to get lunch?" "Sure." She claps her hands together and says, "Great. I'll just go sit over there and wait for you." She points toward the waiting area on the opposite side of the room. I check my phone and see that it's about 15 minutes until noon. "I won't be long," I assure her. Lauren turns, crosses the room, and settles into one of the cushioned chairs. I spend the next 15 minutes wrapping up as much of my work as I can, and when it's time to clock out, I don't hesitate to do so. Standing, I grab my purse and say, "All right, Lauren. I'm ready." She hops up and hurries over to me, hooking her arm through mine. "Great. Want to go to Harry's? I'm craving clam chowder." "Sounds good." The restaurant is within walking distance of the real estate office, so we make our way down the sidewalk together. We reach Harry's and sit at our usual table in the corner by one of the large windows. Lauren orders her clam chowder, one of her usuals when we come here, but when I look through the menu, there isn't much that actually sounds appealing. It's weird, because I love this place, but my stomach is feeling off. In the end, I settle for the club sandwich, though I'm not sure I'll actually be able to finish it. As we wait for our food, Lauren says, "Hey, so we haven't actually had a chance to really talk since my parents' house." I nod, and guilt rushes through me. "I know. I'm sorry. I've just been so busy." "No, it's okay, no need to apologize," she assures me. "Actually, I wanted to apologize to you. I shouldn't have put you in that situation. That was really awkward for you, I'm sure." I wince and shrug. Well, it wasn't the most comfortable situation I've ever been in. I also wanted to thank you for following Parker, she continues. I should have been the one to support him, but I'm glad you stepped in when I didn't. I swallow hard around a sudden lump in my throat. Anxiety bubbles up in my stomach. Oh, it was nothing. I just knew he needed someone in his corner. Lauren gives me a steady look before saying, and you were willing to be there for him. That was really great of you. Really selfless. Crap, the way she's staring at me and the way she's talking is starting to make me worry that she knows we went back to Parker's that night and he screwed my brains out. I chuckle nervously. Like I said, it was nothing. Thankfully, our food arrives and interrupts the conversation. The waitress sets my sandwich down, then Lauren's chowder, and leaves us alone again. I pick up my sandwich, but I get a sudden whiff of Lauren's chowder, and my stomach seems to flip. I set my sandwich back down with a grimace. Lauren frowns at me. Are you okay? You got really pale all of a sudden. I swallow and murmur, I'm just feeling a little nauseous. I don't know, the chowder is kind of setting me off. That's weird, Lauren says. Has it ever bothered you before? I shake my head. Nope, never. Huh? She shrugs and looks down at her chowder. Maybe you're pregnant. The offhanded comment makes me laugh. No, there's no chance. Wait, when was my last period? I think back and realize I'm late. Really late. Oh, shit. Before I can stop myself, I gasp. Oh, my God. Lauren jerks her head up and stares at me, her eyes going wide. Wait, are you? My heart is racing, and I think I'm going to be sick right there and then. I think I need to go to the store, I mutter. Chloe, Lauren hisses, is there an actual chance that you're pregnant? I swallow, panicking but knowing she needs a response before she goes crazy. I don't know. I guess. You guess. She takes a deep breath and speaks in an even tone. Chloe, have you had sex with someone who could have possibly gotten you pregnant in the last month or so? I lick my lips and want nothing more than for the floor to open beneath me and swallow me whole. Yes, I whisper. I knew it. She exclaims. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. Shut up? I snap, looking around to see if anyone is watching this little scene unfold. Ignoring me, Lauren waves her hand to bring our waitress back over. I'm sorry, could you box our meals up to go? She asks in a hurried voice. Something's come up, and we actually have to leave. The waitress nods and hurries off to get us to-go boxes. What are you doing? Lauren levels me with a loaded stare. What do you think? We need to get you a pregnancy test right now. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit. Once we've got the boxes for our food, we pack up everything and head out of the restaurant. We hurry back to our cars and each drive to the nearest pharmacy. Once we've bought the pregnancy tests, we hurry home, arriving at nearly the same time. Once parked, I grab the plastic bag with the tests inside and hurry into the house with Lauren close on my heels. Do 2 tests. She advises as we reach the bathroom. What? Why 2? So you know it's not a false positive or something, she says with a shrug, like it should be obvious. Standing in the doorway of the bathroom, I blink at her. Oh, okay. I'll be right out here, she tells me while giving me 2 thumbs up. I nod and close the door behind me. It takes me a few minutes to unwrap the tests and pee on them, but then, I set them on the counter, wash my hands, and open the door again. Lauren is standing right where I left her, waiting with an expectant look on her face. Now we wait, I say. The next few minutes seem to crawl by. I pace up and down the hall, fighting down the panic attack that's threatening to take me over. Lauren is leaning against the bathroom doorway, watching me freak out, a worried expression on her own face. I know there are probably a million questions running through her head, but thankfully, she's not asking them. I don't think I'd be able to handle an interrogation right now. When my phone's alarm goes off, indicating it's time to check the tests, I freeze. Chloe? Lauren gently says when I don't move for several moments. Are you okay? I don't know, I answer honestly. Do you want me to look? While the offer is tempting, I need to know for myself. Releasing a long breath, I shake my head. No, no, I'll look. She steps out of my way as I move to the bathroom door. I cross to the counter and look down at the tests. 2 pink lines in each of them. I'm pregnant. Well? Lauren urges from the hallway. What do they say? Stunned, I turn to face her and answer, they're positive. I'm pregnant. Her jaw drops, and she stares at me in obvious shock. Snapping her mouth shut, she shakes her head and puts her hands on her hips when she meets my gaze again. Okay, I think I know how this happened, but you really need to start talking.
Chapter 22. Parker. When my phone rings and I see that it's Chloe calling, my heart leaps in my chest. I quickly pick it up, take a moment to release a long breath and calm myself down, and then answer it. Hey, I say in an easy tone. How's it going, beautiful? She begins hesitantly, Parker, there's something I have to tell you. Her tone immediately puts me on alert. She sounds like she might have been crying and like she's barely holding herself together now. What is it? I ask. Are you okay? Yeah, she murmurs. I mean, kind of. I'm not hurt or anything, if that's what you mean. Okay, I reply, releasing a breath of relief. At least she's not physically hurt, so it must be more of an emotional issue. Has Lauren found out about us, and they got into a fight? Then what's wrong? Honestly, I don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to come out and say it. She takes a moment, and I can hear her sucking in a deep breath. I'm pregnant. The whole world seems to come to a grinding halt. Pregnant? That can't be right. I must have misheard her. What did you say? I'm pregnant, she answers in a more forceful voice. I just found out, Parker, and I'm sorry to tell you like this, but I didn't want to wait, especially because Lauren knows. Lauren knows? She was with me when I took the tests. I slump back in my desk chair and stare ahead of me. I would never have guessed that this news was what she needed to tell me. The possibility of her being pregnant would never have crossed my mind. I don't know how this happened, she continues, but I'm only half listening. I'm on the pill, and I've never missed it. There's only a slim chance that this could have happened. I've always been so careful. She's talking in circles as far as I'm concerned. I can't focus on anything she's saying. I think I'm spiraling. Pregnant. She's pregnant. She's going to have a baby. My baby. I'm going to be a father. What the hell am I supposed to do with this information? Parker? She calls out. Parker, are you still there? I'm here, I murmur. I'm just absorbing. Suddenly, my desk phone rings. It feels like a lifeline, and I desperately grasp at it. Chloe, I'm sorry, I have to go, I quickly say. Parker, hold on. I'll call you later. I hang up before she can object further. I drop my cell on my desk and reach for the office phone. Hello? I say, my tone breathless. Parker, son, we have an emergency. I furrow my brow, surprised yet again, though this one is a different kind of surprise. Dad? What's going on? I haven't spoken to my mom or dad since storming out of their house the other day. There's a sense of relief at hearing his voice, and I can acknowledge that I've missed talking to him, but I'm afraid of the reason he's calling me. After Chloe's shocking news, though, I'm not sure what my dad could say that would equal a surprise pregnancy. My dad releases a long breath and says, it's Bethany. She did it again, Parker. She's taken all she could grab and has run off. I clench my jaw as fury burns through me. I told you. I exclaim while clenching the phone so hard that I'm surprised it doesn't crack. I told you she couldn't be trusted, but no one would listen. I know, Dad whispers, and I can hear the devastation in his voice. I know, son, and I'm sorry. We should have listened to you, but please, can you come over? We need you. They need me. They kicked me out of their house after I tried to warn them that Bethany couldn't be trusted, and now, they want me to come running back to help them. I'm only needed when it's to clean up their darling daughter's mess, the one I warned them was coming from the start. There's a bitter, petty part of me that wants to tell my dad that it's his mess to clean up, but I push that part aside. My family needs me, and ultimately, they're what matter most. My family, and Chloe.
Chapter 23. Chloe. My heart is racing as I hang up the phone and lean back against the kitchen counter. The cold granite sends a shiver up my spine, jarring me out of my thoughts. He hung up on me. Just like that. Not a word of comfort. Not a hint of reassurance. How could he just hang up like that? With trembling fingers, I reach for the cup of steaming chamomile tea I had made earlier and take a sip, hoping to calm my nerves. The floral aroma fills my nostrils but does nothing to alleviate the storm that's raging within me. Pregnant, I whisper to myself, as if saying it out loud will somehow make it more real or maybe less overwhelming. But it doesn't. It's as if each syllable hits me like a punch to the gut, a stark reminder of the responsibility that now rests in my belly. Suddenly, a wave of nausea washes over me. I rush to the sink, retching into it violently. As I gasp for breath between bouts of sickness, Lauren walks in from the living room. She stops dead in her tracks when she sees me bent over the sink. "Chloe!" she exclaims before rushing over to rub soothing circles on my back. "Just breathe, okay?" Deep breaths. I nod weakly, clinging onto the sink and trying to control my breathing. After what feels like an eternity, the nausea subsides, and I rinse out my mouth with water. I told him. Lauren looks at me with wide eyes. "You told Parker?" I nod weakly once again and lean against the sink for support. He didn't react how I expected. Lauren sighs and gives me a hug. "He's probably just shocked, Chloe," she reassures me. "It's a lot to take in. Give him some time to process, then I'm sure he'll reach out to talk about next steps." I nod again, closing my eyes and praying that Lauren is right. That it was just the shock and not the reality of becoming a father that made Parker hang up on me so abruptly. As I stand in the kitchen, holding on to Lauren for support and trying to make sense of my world that seems to have shifted off its axis, one thought remains constant: I'm pregnant. Suddenly, Lauren's phone starts to ring. She pulls back from the hug with a frown and pulls her phone from her pocket. "It's Parker," she murmurs. "What?" I gasp. Why's he calling Lauren and not me? Is he wanting to vent to her about my pregnancy when he couldn't even say one word about it to me? I know Lauren's his sister, but that thought just sends a pang of hurt throughout my body. She gives me an apologetic look before answering the call. "Parker, hey. Why did you, huh? What did you just say?" I watch as Lauren's eyes go wide and her face drains of color. "No," she says on a gasp, shaking her head. "No, no, not again. Are you serious? What's going on?" It doesn't seem like Parker is talking about the pregnancy. If that's not it, though, what has Lauren so upset? "Okay," she murmurs. "Okay, I'll meet you there." Yeah, right away. Bye?" She hangs up the phone and gazes at me with a stunned expression. "Lauren?" I step closer to her and rest a hand on her arm. "What is it?" "You're worrying me. We need to get to my parents' house," she mumbles. "Bethany, she did it again. I can't believe she did it again." "Bethany? Oh, no. I can only imagine what she's done now. Whatever it is, it's shaken Lauren to her core." "Okay." I nod and take her hand. "Let's go. We'll go right now. Everything will be okay." She nods but doesn't say a word as I lead her through the house and out the front door. As we make our way to my car, I can't help but worry about seeing Parker after our brief conversation over the phone and his sudden departure from it. There's clearly some family drama that needs to be addressed, but once it is, what then? What will he want to do about the baby? What will he want to do about me?
Chapter 24. Parker. When I reach my parents' house, I see Chloe's car parked in the driveway. I shouldn't be surprised that Lauren brought her along. Still, I don't know if I can handle seeing Chloe right now. I don't know if I can really think about the pregnancy when my family is imploding again because of Bethany. There are also 2 police cars parked in the street. Their presence only drives home just how intense of a situation this really is. Bethany hasn't just betrayed the family again, but she's willingly committed theft in order to do it. My hands tighten on the steering wheel as I pull into the driveway, parking my car next to Chloe's. I sit there for a moment, trying to sort through the maelstrom of thoughts racing within me. Eventually, I force myself to get out of the car and make my way toward the house. As soon as I open the front door, a heavy sense of dread washes over me. The usual laughter and warmth of my parents' house is replaced by a somber silence. My mom is sitting on the couch, her face pale and drawn. Dad is standing and talking with two cops, his brows furrowed in worry. "Parker." Lauren rushes toward me, and her eyes are brimming with tears. I open my arms, and she throws herself into them without a moment of hesitation. Hugging her, I glance across the room and spot Chloe standing with her back to a wall. She gives me a small wave, and I nod at her. I want to talk to her so badly, but at that moment, my mom releases a shuddering sob. I remind myself that I need to deal with this mess first. I let go of Lauren and make my way closer to my mom and dad. Dad looks up from his conversation and gives me a relieved look. "Thank goodness, Parker," he says. "I'm so glad you're here. What's happened, exactly?" Dad sighs and shakes his head. "It's just like the first time, Parker. She took everything she could get her hands on and ran." I clench and unclench my hands into fists at my sides and grind my teeth. "I told you," I growl. "I told you." Dad flinches and then slowly nods. "Yes, son, I know. You did tell us. We should have listened to you. We wanted to believe in Bethany so badly." I release a long breath and feel a pang of sympathy at the pain so clear in his eyes, but at the same time, I'm frustrated and irritated. None of this would have happened if he and my mom hadn't been so stubborn when I tried to warn them. We could have avoided reliving this mistake if they had just left her in the past where she belonged. "I know, Dad," I reply. "But don't you think I wanted that, too? That I wanted to believe Bethany had really changed? She's my twin, for God's sake. Not having her in my life is one of the hardest things I've ever experienced. She's supposed to be my other half. My best friend and constant companion, but I know her too well. I know what she's capable of and what she isn't, and she's not able to change herself so easily. She's shallow and materialistic, and she'll do just about anything to maintain the lifestyle she wants to live, so long as she doesn't actually have to lift a finger to do it." When I'm done with my impromptu rant, my dad looks even more devastated and my mom's crying even harder. I know my words are harsh, but I feel as if a burden has been lifted from my shoulders from having spoken them. I realize that I've been holding in a lot of resentment and hurt because of Bethany, and now, I've purged myself in a way. I've been completely honest about my feelings and have laid my cards on the table, so to speak. My parents might be upset about hearing the truth, but it all needed to be said. "Parker, I know you're angry," my dad begins. "I know we messed up, but right now, we need to all come together and handle this situation." I sigh and shake my head. "Yes, Dad, I know. Once more, we're cleaning up Bethany's mess and dealing with the aftermath of her selfishness while she walks away without any real consequences. That's why we've called the police," my dad replies and nods toward the officers. "We're not letting Bethany get away with it again." I glance at the officers, who are watching us closely. What has my dad been saying to them? How honest has he been? I can't fully trust that he's been completely truthful and upfront about Bethany, because that would mean acknowledging the mistakes he and Mom have made with her over the years, and I'm just not sure my dad is ready for that. He's too proud and too reluctant to admit that there might be no hope for Bethany. What am I supposed to do? I'm not going to sugarcoat anything if I talk to the cops, but I feel like I'm walking on a tightrope between the truth and hurting my parents more than they already are. Before I can say another word, I feel a hand slip into mine. Surprised, I look down and find Chloe standing next to me, holding my hand. She gives me a small smile and squeezes my hand, and I instantly feel better. Supported. Cared for. I'm not alone. She's standing beneath the tightrope I'm balancing on, holding a net to catch me if I fall. This woman, God, this woman. What have I ever done to deserve having someone like her at my side? Suddenly, the idea of her being pregnant with my baby doesn't feel so overwhelming. If I'm going to have a child with anyone, build a life with anyone, I want it to be her. She's the woman I always want in my corner. Taking a deep breath, I turn back to my father and meet his gaze. "All right," I murmur, feeling calmer and more centered. "What do you need from me?"
Chapter 25. Chloe. Parker doesn't let go of my hand as he talks to the cop and tells him everything he knows about Bethany and her past crimes against the family. Standing next to him, listening to their conversation, I get even greater insight into everything Bethany has done. In addition to embezzling hundreds of thousands of dollars from the family business, she also pawned off irreplaceable family heirlooms, including a collection of their great-grandmother's jewelry. Apparently, she's always been willing to steal and manipulate people to get what she wants. "And why did your family never report her previous crimes against them?" one of the officers asks when Parker stops talking. Glancing over at his parents, who are huddled together on the couch, I see his father stiffen. I've no doubt he's trying to hear what Parker has to say. Sighing, Parker answers, I suppose there's always been the hope that she'd change. That she'd come home and everything would be fine and work out. I never shared that hope, but I didn't want to cause my parents more pain. All right, the officer says. Thank you. We'll let you know when we have an update regarding the investigation. Thanks, Parker replies. Turning around, he leads me away. To my surprise, we start heading for the front door. Parker? His dad calls out. Where are you going? Chloe and I need to have a private conversation, Parker answers without looking back. I'll check in later. Before any of them can say another word, Parker and I are out the door and heading for his car. Parker, where are we going? I ask breathlessly. I'm taking you home. He doesn't say anything else as he opens the car door for me and helps me inside. He moves around to the other side and slides in behind the steering wheel. Once he starts the car and pulls out of the driveway, he reaches over and grabs my hand again. We don't speak for the entirety of the drive, but he never lets go of my hand. I'm not sure what's going through his head, but I do take some comfort in his touch. At least it means he's not upset with me, at least not so upset that he's repelled by me. When we reach Lauren's house, Parker continues to hold my hand as he leads me inside and up the stairs to my room. He only lets go once we're inside. I sit on the bed while he shuts the door. He stays turned away from me for several moments, and I finally can't take the silence between us anymore. Are you okay? He doesn't answer for quite some time, and I don't press for an answer. I sit and wait as patiently as I can, my fingers fidgeting in my lap. At last, he turns to face me and regards me a second before asking, You're pregnant? I swallow and nod, unable to find the words to respond. You're sure? I nod again. What is he thinking? I can't tell. His expression is unreadable. What am I going to do if he says he doesn't want anything to do with the baby? What if he tells me he doesn't want anything to do with me? My heart is racing, and I'm struggling not to anxiously squirm as I wait for him to say something else. Suddenly, he blows out a breath and walks over to me. Bending over, he cups the back of my head and pulls me into a hungry kiss. I gasp in surprise, and he pulls back enough that he can look me in the eyes. We'll figure everything out. I promise. I stare up at him, stunned, but manage to nod. Okay. He reaches down and grabs the bottom of my shirt and starts to tug it up my torso, but I grab his wrist to stop him and gaze up at him with furrowed brows. Parker, are you okay? Earlier with your dad and the cops. He shakes his head, cutting me off. Not tonight. Let's just not talk about it tonight, or ever, if I can help it. I gaze up at him for a long moment, a part of me wondering if I should try to get him to talk about the day so he can process everything, but as I stare into his eyes, I can see the desperation flashing through them. I realize that's not what he needs right now. Chloe, please, he whispers in a choked voice. I knew who she was. I knew the whole time. I hesitate a second longer before I nod and cup his face with my hands, pulling him in for another kiss. He quickly takes over again, slanting his mouth over mine and tangling his fingers in my hair. As he angles my head, I part my lips so he can sweep his tongue into my mouth. He lays me back on my bed and covers me with his body. Bringing his knee up between my legs, he presses it against my core, and I hiss out a breath. He kisses along my jaw and down my throat, his hands moving to push my shirt up and over my head. He presses his mouth between my breasts as he works to undo the clasp of my bra and toss it away. Without a word, he wraps his lips around one of my nipples and sucks, hard. Parker. I gasp at the sharp sting when his teeth graze my sensitive peak. When I reach up to grab his shoulders, he takes hold of my wrists and pins my arms above my head. A whimper escapes from my throat, and my core clenches with need. Moving to my other nipple, he licks and sucks at it until my back is arching off the bed. I writhe beneath him but can't escape his hold, not that I want to. I'm totally at his mercy, and I've never been more turned on. He needs to be in control right now. He needs to be rough and demanding, and I want to give him what he needs. Chloe, he growls against my breast. I need to lose myself in you. I don't want to think about anything but how good you make me feel. You can do what you want. I'm here for you, Parker. I'll always be here for you. I didn't intend to make that promise, but the words are out before I fully comprehend that I'm speaking them. What startles me more, though, is how much I mean them. I do want to be there for him. I want to be with him as more than a friend and a hookup. I don't say so out loud, because he has enough that he's working through right now, but my heart swells at the thought of being with him, really being with him. Suddenly, he's moving down my body and yanking my attention away from my wandering thoughts. He lets go of my wrist as he lowers to his knees on the floor beside the bed. Gazing up at me, he slowly drags my yoga pants down my legs and tosses them aside, then does the same to my panties. I'm totally naked before him while he's still fully dressed. It's one of the most erotic scenarios I've ever been in. Pushing my knees apart, he says, "We're not stopping until you've completely lost your mind and can only think of me. I don't want anything else to exist for you but the pleasure I'm giving you." I stare down at him, stunned. A shiver courses through me at the feral glint in his eyes, and I feel myself growing wet, even though he hasn't so much as touched my sex yet. Without another word, he lowers his head between my legs and swipes his tongue along my sensitive folds. I throw my head back with a cry as pleasure shoots through me. Oh, God! I moan as he proceeds to feast on me like a starving man. His tongue, lips, and teeth are merciless. His fingers are like steel bands around my thighs as he pins me down and holds me wide open to him. Before long, I'm practically screaming as my body is overwhelmed with the most intense sensations and the line between pleasure and pain starts to blur, but I can't get enough. As much as he's giving me, I want more. I need to be filled and stretched. I need to be connected with him in the most intimate way possible. Parker. I whimper. Please, it's not enough. I need more. He lifts his head with a smirk and replies, "Greedy girl. You need something here, don't you?" Without warning, he slips 2 fingers inside me. I yelp at the sudden invasion. Yes. I gasp. I need it so bad. All right, baby, he growls. I'll give you what you need. He stands and stares down at me with those hungry eyes of his as he undresses. I watch, my breathing heavy and my whole body sparking like a live wire. When he shoves his pants and underwear down and releases his erection, I moan, and my core clenches in anticipation of being filled. Once he's totally naked, he moves back over me, resting his hips between my legs. His length prods against me, insistent and greedy. "Look at me," he orders in a breathless voice. "I want to watch you." I keep my eyes locked with his as he lines himself up with my entrance and pushes into me. I groan and have to fight to keep my eyes open as he reaches the deepest part of me. "Yes," I murmur. "Don't hold back, Parker. Give me everything you have." He clenches his jaw and his hands find my hips, pinning me to the mattress. When he starts to move, he's not gentle. His hips pound against mine, jostling my whole body and making my breast bounce. I cry out in sheer ecstasy, savoring the feel of him buried so deep inside me, taking everything he needs from my all too willing body. Burying his face against my neck, he snarls, "You feel so good. So damn good. You're so perfect, Chloe. So perfect and mine, all mine." "Yes." I exclaim, nearly sobbing with pleasure. "I'm yours, Parker. All yours. Please, don't stop." He moves faster and harder, pounding into me with a desperation that mirrors my own. Needing to be closer to him, I claw at his back. We lose ourselves in each other and the pleasure consuming us, and just like he wanted, the rest of the world fades away. All that matters, all that exists, is him. I cling to him, knowing he's the only thing keeping me from floating off into the abyss. "Come for me, Chloe," he orders, slipping his hand between us to rub at my clit. "I want to watch you come apart." As if my body was just waiting for his permission, my orgasm explodes within me. I'm consumed with wave after wave of the most intense pleasure I've ever experienced. Parker doesn't let up, though, drawing out my release for as long as possible until I don't think I can take any more. Just when I'm about to reach my limit, he throws his head back and roars to the ceiling as he comes deep inside me. It's several moments before we both come back down to earth. Parker rolls off me, and we lay side by side as we fight to catch our breaths. Without a word, he reaches over and wraps his arm around me, pulling me against him. I snuggle into his side, and a satisfied smile curls my lips. "Are you okay?" he murmurs. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" "No," I assure him, shaking my head while peering up at him. "You didn't. That was amazing, Parker. I feel incredible." He smiles and presses a kiss to the top of my head. "Good, because I feel incredible, too." He hugs me tighter to him, and I feel satisfied and content. As I cling to Parker, I feel a deep sense of happiness and think to myself that I never want to lose this feeling. I never want to lose Parker.
Chapter 26. Parker. The next morning, Chloe and I wake up together, and it's the sweetest experience. She's still snuggled in my arm, and when I look down at her, my heart hammers in my chest. It feels so full, I think it might explode. I run my fingers through her hair, and she blinks her eyes open before turning her gaze up to me with a sleepy smile. "Good morning." "Good morning," I reply. "How'd you sleep?" "Fantastic," she answers with a chuckle. "You wore me out last night." "I slept like a rock." I chuckle and wink down at her. "I hope I wasn't too rough with you." "Not at all," she purrs before leaning up and pressing her lips against mine. We share a languid kiss, and just when I'm ready to escalate things, she pulls away from me with a teasing grin. "We should go downstairs," she says. "I'm sure Lauren is awake. I don't want to traumatize her." I groan in protest, but she's already wiggling out of my arms and climbing out of bed. "Fine." I sigh, getting up as well. "But as soon as we're alone again, I'm pouncing on you." "Good," she tells me, shooting me a smirk over her shoulder. I wouldn't expect anything else. We quickly get dressed, and I grab her hand as we leave the bedroom together. Lauren is, indeed, waiting for us in the kitchen when we get downstairs, perched on a stool by the island with her hands wrapped around a steaming mug of coffee. The early morning light streams through the windows, casting a warm glow over the room. She looks up as Chloe and I enter, hand in hand. "Big day yesterday," Lauren observes, her keen eyes watching us as we shuffle into the kitchen. Chloe's cheeks turn a soft shade of pink, her eyes darting away to avoid Lauren's direct gaze. I, on the other hand, meet Lauren's eyes with a look of irritation as I clench my jaw. One thing about Lauren, you can always count on her to get straight to the point. "I don't really want to talk about yesterday," I say in a firm tone. Lauren arches a brow. "Okay, we don't have to talk about Bethany, but maybe we should talk about you hooking up with my best friend behind my back." The tension in the air is thick, and Chloe glances between the two of us before clearing her throat. "I'll just go shower." Before she leaves, she gives my hand a quick squeeze. As soon as she disappears from view, Lauren narrows her eyes at me. She's clearly pissed with me. "Parker," she begins, setting her mug down, "we need to talk." "Do we?" I retort, folding my arms across my chest, feeling defensive. If she thinks, for one second, that I'm going to stop seeing Chloe, she has another thing coming. "Seems like you've already made up your mind about everything." Lauren rolls her eyes as she stands up and moves around the island to stand in front of me. "Don't be an asshole. I'm not going to try and break you two up, but did you really think you could hide this from me forever? Kind of a shitty thing to do, don't you think?" I feel a mix of frustration and guilt flickering inside me. Look, it was just supposed to be a casual thing and not a big deal. But then, things escalated. Lauren crosses her arms, mirroring my stance. "They sure the hell did. Now Chloe's pregnant. What do you intend to do? You can't think that everything is going to stay casual now." "No," I assure her. "I don't think that at all." "Okay." Lauren nods, but her eyes are still narrowed. "So, what are you going to do?" I blink and frown. "Are you asking me what my intentions are with Chloe?" "Yes," she states in a no-nonsense tone. "That is exactly what I'm asking." A small smile tugs at the corners of my mouth. I can't help myself. I'm glad Chloe has such a supportive friend who's looking out for her, even if that person is my annoying baby sister. "Lauren, I love Chloe," I confess. "I want to be with her. I want to raise our baby together and be a family." Lauren's face instantly brightens, And she releases a long sigh of relief. Good. I want you both to be happy, and if that's with each other, then I'm on board with you two being together, even if it makes me a little queasy when I think about it too much. I chuckle. Well, I appreciate that, and I know Chloe will, too. But, Lauren adds, her tone turning more serious, I am upset that you kept this from me. We're family, and since the rest of our family is so screwed up, you and I need to stick together. We're supposed to share these things, not hide them. Promise me you won't do that again. I nod and place my hand over my heart. I promise. With a laugh, Lauren throws herself at me and hugs me tightly, and I feel a weight lift from my chest. Good. Now, let's talk about what we're going to do next. Have you thought about telling Mom and Dad? I grimace. Not yet. After everything with Bethany, I'm not really sure how to approach it. I don't want such good news to be tainted by what's happened. Well, Lauren says, pulling back and giving me a reassuring smile, we'll figure it out together. One step at a time. And Parker? Yeah? I'm really happy for you, Lauren says, her eyes shining with genuine joy. You and Chloe are going to be amazing parents. My smile widens, and the tension in my body finally melts away. Thanks, Lauren. That means everything. A sense of calm settles over the kitchen. The road ahead will be challenging, but with family by our side, I know Chloe and I can face anything.
Chapter 27. Chloe. Lauren and I are watching a movie later that night, just the two of us. It's the kind of mindless romantic comedy that's perfect for winding down after an emotionally exhausting day. Parker went home at my insistence. I wanted to have some one-on-one time with Lauren, who honestly has been my rock through this whole ordeal. Since she and I had already gone over the details from yesterday, everything from my pregnancy to the plans we're slowly beginning to piece together, we're just enjoying a peaceful evening together. The TV flickers, casting soft shadows around the dimly lit living room. Out of nowhere, Lauren turns to me, her eyes serious, despite the light-hearted movie playing on the screen. Chloe, do you love Parker? The question catches me off guard. I fumble for a response, my mind racing with how out of the blue she just blurted it out. What? Do you love him? She repeats, her gaze unwavering. I turn back to the TV, but I'm not really seeing it anymore. Her question echoes in my head. Do I love Parker? I think back over the past few months, the way Parker's been there for me, the way he makes me laugh, and the way his touch seems to ignite a fire deep inside me. When I think of my life going forward, I can't imagine it without Parker in it, and it's not just because of the baby. I want him at my side as I navigate what comes next. I want him, body and soul, and I know instinctively that he already has me. My heart is totally and completely his. Yes, I say quietly, almost to myself at first, then louder, with more conviction. Yes, I do love him. Lauren's face breaks into a warm, knowing smile. I thought so. I turn to her, a mix of confusion and relief flooding through me. How did you know? Because I see the way you look at him, and the way he looks at you. It's not just about the baby, Chloe. There's something real between you two. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. I guess I just needed someone to ask me outright. Lauren laughs softly. Sometimes, that's all it takes. She reaches over, giving my hand a reassuring squeeze. So, what now? I look around the living room and feel a sense of gratitude take over me. This place has been a refuge. When I had nowhere else to go, Lauren made me feel at home here. I don't know that there's anything I can do to thank her for taking me in and being my friend when I needed her most. When I came back to Newport, I was so lost and confused about what my future held. Now, I feel an overwhelming confidence that I'm moving in the right direction, surrounded by people who love me in a place that's always been home. I need to start looking for a place of my own, I say at length. Lauren looks surprised. You don't have to leave. You can stay here as long as you want, you know that. I nod and give her a warm smile. I know, don't worry. You have been amazing, taking me in and supporting me while I get my shit together, but I need to do this. I need to focus on building my life here. I'm not leaving Newport, but I can't keep staying here, with you, forever, as much as I would love to. Parker and I need to figure out our next steps, but I also need some space to think and plan for myself. I need to be my own person before I become someone else's mother. Lauren nods, and her gaze flickers with understanding. That makes sense. I totally get it and support you, but I'm not going to lie. I'm going to miss having my bestie just down the hall. A warmth spreads through me at her words. I'm going to miss that, too. And your job? She asks. Are you going to keep working for Holt? Chuckling, I nod. Yeah, I am. The old man isn't so bad once you get to know him, and he's even offered me a full-time position if I want one. I just need to make sure he understands that he can't just dump all the work onto my shoulders. I need to be more assertive in how I deal with him, but I think we can work well together once I do that. Lauren shakes her head, clearly amused. Only you could endear yourself to that old grump. I'm glad, though. I think you could be really successful as a realtor. You have a way with people. And, as an added bonus, that means you'll get to keep working with me and Parker. Definitely a bonus. I exclaim. We laugh together and then settle back into watching the movie, but my mind is already racing with plans. Finding a place of my own, talking with Parker about our future, and figuring out how to navigate this new path we're on. There's a sense of closure, a sense of finally knowing what I want and where I belong. The credits roll on the screen, and I feel a strange mix of calm and anticipation. It's the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with challenges and uncertainties but also with love and hope. I turn to Lauren, and we share a smile, a silent understanding passing between us. Ready for tomorrow? She asks, her tone light but sincere. Yeah, I say, feeling a surge of confidence. I think I am. The future seems a little less daunting, a little more hopeful. I'm not sure what's going to happen next, but I know that with Parker by my side and Lauren's unwavering support, we can face whatever comes our way. The next day, I wake up to a text message from Parker. Meet me here. I furrow my brow in confusion, not recognizing the address, but I get up and quickly get dressed. Lauren has already gone to work by the time I hop into my car and drive to meet Parker. The address ends up being for a large, two-story house on a double lot with a wraparound porch and a big work shed at the back of its sizable yard. It's beautiful, but it clearly needs work. Shingles are missing from the roof, and the paint is peeling on the exterior in places. Parker is waiting on the porch for me and smiles when I get out of my car and make my way up the steps to him. Good morning, he says, and he wraps his arm around my waist and pulls me in for a kiss. Good morning, I reply. What's going on? Is this your next fixer-upper? He nods. In a manner of speaking. Let's go inside and look around. Okay. I shrug. He opens the door and leads me inside, and I'm immediately struck by the elegance of the house's interior. Again, it's dated and needs some work, but the original, intricate woodwork along the ceiling and up the stairs is still in place, and the floors really just need to be refinished, but they're gorgeous and intact. The kitchen needs upgraded, and it could afford to have a wall or two taken down to open the space up a bit, but the house has strong bones and amazing character. When Parker is done showing me around, he leads me back to the living room with its stone fireplace and gives me a mischievous grin. Well? He asks. What do you think? This place is wonderful, I answer. Once you fix it up a bit, it'll definitely go for a high price. Well, what if I kept it? I blink at him, surprised. Kept it? What do you mean? He shrugs as he looks around the room. Well, exactly what I said. What if I fixed it up and kept it for myself? Could you see yourself living here? Me? I exclaim. Parker, what? He steps forward and takes my hands. I'm saying, I want to buy this house and fix it up for us. I want us to live here together, Chloe. You do. My heart is racing and my eyes go wide as I stare at him. He nods. Yeah, I do. I love you, Chloe, and I want to build a life with you, if that's what you want, I mean. For several seconds, I'm struck speechless, but then, I let out an excited laugh and loop my arms around his neck, hugging him tight. Yes. I cry. Yes, Parker. I want to live with you. I want to build a life with you. I love you, too. He grabs my waist, picks me up off my feet, and spins me around with a whoop. When he puts me back on the floor, I pull him down into a happy, eager kiss that he all too willing reciprocates. My heart is fluttering, and I've never felt so happy before. It's amazing to think back on how upset and disappointed I was when I first had to move back home, but I'd had no idea then that my real life was waiting for me here. Parker was waiting for me here. I can't regret a single thing that's happened to me now, because everything has led me to this moment and to this man. My one true love, and my forever home. Chapter 3. Chloe. Davis. Where's my coffee? The sharp voice cuts through the office noise like a whip. I release a long breath and barely keep myself from rolling my eyes, my fingers instinctively reaching up to twirl the end of my hair. Coming right away, Mr. Holt, I call back before hurrying to the coffee maker. It's not how I imagined my first week as a realtor going. The coffee machine gurgles and spits, mirroring my frustration. I have yet to do any actual work with properties or clients. I'm really just a glorified secretary for Mr. Holt, and he's one of the grumpiest and short-tempered men I've ever met. I fill the heavy, ceramic mug with black liquid and swirl in a dollop of cream, just how he likes it. The rich aroma of coffee does little to soothe my nerves. Juggling multiple folders in one hand, I take one last glance at my reflection on the coffee maker's silver surface, my hair tied back in a neat ponytail, check. Minimal makeup, check. Professional but chic outfit, check. I let out a small sigh, straightening my blazer. You've got this, Chloe, I whisper to myself, even if my confidence wavers slightly. As I make my way to his office, balancing the steaming cup carefully to avoid spilling it, the copier jams, emitting a loud, grinding noise. I pause, biting my lip. The day just keeps getting better. When I push the door open, the smell of antique paper and mahogany hits me. Mr. Holt is seated behind his broad desk, engrossed in some sort of paperwork. Here you are, sir, I say, placing the mug onto a leather coaster next to him. His only acknowledgement of my presence is an absent-minded grunt as he reaches for his coffee without looking up from his documents. Feeling dismissed, I spin around on my heel to head back to the reception area. It's half filled with people viewing property brochures and whispering quietly amongst themselves. My desk is nestled by the entrance, cluttered with papers and property listings that I need to organize. What a drag! I thought this job would be a little more glamorous. Lauren made the connection for me because her family's company always does business with Mr. Holt, but so far, he hasn't given me a chance to prove myself at all. I run a hand through my hair, taking a quick glance at the clock. It's almost 5 o'clock. Thank God. If only the clock would move faster. A sigh slips past my lips as I stare at the pile of paperwork still waiting for my attention. I start sorting through it again, and suddenly, a familiar name catches my eye from one of the property listings. Parker Thompson. Pausing, I stare at the name for a long moment. The intercom buzzes, snapping me out of my reverie and making me jump slightly in surprise. Chloe, Mr. Holt's gruff voice echoes from the speaker, I need the Henderson file on my desk before you leave for the day. Yes, sir. The Henderson file is buried deep within a stack of folders across the room. As I slide it out carefully so as not to upset the precarious balance of paperwork, my eyes linger again on Parker's name on that property listing. It's been so long since I've seen him. I know he's still in Newport. No way was he ever going to leave. I thought about him throughout the years and was always curious about how he was doing, but I never had the courage to ask Lauren about him. I didn't want her to know that I always had a crush on her brother. It was embarrassing because there was never any way that I'd stand a chance of dating him, and Lauren would probably be weirded out by it. Once I've gotten the Henderson file free, I quickly make my way back to Mr. Holt's office. The Henderson file, sir, I announce briskly as I enter his office again. He doesn't look up from what he's doing as I drop it on his desk. This time, instead of leaving immediately after being dismissed by Mr. Holt's grunt, however, I hesitate as curiosity gets the better of me. "Sir," I start, swallowing hard to dispel any trace of nervousness in my voice. "May I ask about a client?" Mr. Holt looks up at last. His eyebrows furrow together, and his eyes flash with annoyance. "I suppose." He folds his arms over his chest and leans back in the chair. "Who?" Working up my courage to actually get the name out, I take a long, deep breath. "Parker Thompson." Mr. Holt's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. "Oh," he says after a moment of awkward silence. "Parker, huh? What about him?" "I noticed his name on a property listing," I say, struggling to keep my voice steady. "One of his family's renovations?" Leaning back in his chair, he studies me with an arch look, and I have to struggle against the urge to squirm. "Indeed, it is. We do a lot of business with the Thompsons. They renovate, we sell. Why do you ask?" "I thought you were already familiar with our working relationship since Lauren got you the job here." I feel my cheeks heat up, and I'm suddenly grateful for the dim lighting in the room. "Oh, we grew up together," I say with a shrug. "Went to the same school. I'm just curious about what he's been up to, that's all. He hasn't come around Lauren's, so I haven't seen him yet." "I see," is all Mr. Holt says for a while. He swivels his chair slowly to face the window before turning back to me again. His gaze is penetrating, as if he is trying to read something from my face. "It's a Victorian," he finally says, breaking the awkward silence. "A good neighborhood. Completely updated from the foundation to the chimney. It should do well once it's on the market. It sounds lovely. I'm sure it's gorgeous inside and out, especially if Lauren has had anything to do with its design." "Thank you, sir," I say. "I appreciate you answering my questions." When he doesn't say another word, I awkwardly turn and hurry out of his office, my cheeks burning. Why did I have to be so nosy? I can only imagine what Mr. Holt is thinking of me now. Reaching my desk, I sink back into my chair with a low groan. I shouldn't have asked about Parker. I should have just squashed my curiosity and kept my mouth shut. The last thing I need is to give Mr. Holt any excuse to consider me unprofessional. I glance at the clock again and release a sigh of relief. 5 o'clock. Time to head home. The rest of the pile of paperwork can wait until tomorrow. Right now, I need a stiff drink. Striding into Carl's pub, I head straight for the bar, my heels clicking on the smooth, wooden floor. Plopping down onto a stool, I release a long sigh and wave the bartender over. "Chardonnay, please." Rubbing my temples, I replay the events of the day in my head. The bartender nods and reaches for a bottle from behind the counter, expertly pouring the liquid into a glass. He slides it towards me, flashing a sympathetic smile. I thank him and take a long sip, letting out a sigh of relief as the cool wine refreshes my dry throat. As I sit there, nursing my drink, I can't help but wonder what life would have been like if I hadn't left Newport. If I'd never gone to the city to begin with. Had I been too ambitious back then? Would I have a better career now? My own home? A family, even? I don't know. I don't usually like to think in what ifs, but it's hard when I feel like I'm struggling to climb up from rock bottom. My thoughts are interrupted by a commotion at the pub entrance. A group of people enters, their laughter echoing around the room. Among them is one face which stands out from the rest. "Parker," I whisper to myself, nearly choking on my wine. He hasn't changed much from how I remember him. He still wears his hair slicked back and a little choppy, and his hazel eyes still hold that mischievous gleam. He's wearing a blue suit that looks tailored, and he walks with such confidence, it's like he owns the place. I watch as he mingles with his friends, his laughter resonating above the other voices around him. His eyes eventually land on me across the room and widen in clear surprise. Before I can even ponder on whether to wave or pretend to be engrossed in my drink, he detaches himself from his group and strides towards me with purpose. "Chloe?" His voice holds a note of uncertainty as he approaches the bar stool next to mine. Well, if it isn't Parker Thompson, I say, flashing a grin as I twirl a strand of hair around my finger. What brings you to this side of town? Looking for trouble? His surprised expression gives way to a grin as he slips onto the seat next to mine. Chloe Davis in the flesh. Lauren told me you were back, though I didn't expect to run into you here. It's been a while. You look, wow. I arch a brow at him. And why would you not expect to find me here? Do I not look like the bar-going type? He blinks and then gives me a bashful chuckle. Oh, well, you know, I don't think of you as the type to be hitting up the bar by yourself. I pictured you with an entourage at some swanky cocktail party. Or maybe on a date with some Wall Street type who thinks a Rolex is a personality trait. Couldn't hack it in the city, huh? Had to come back to Newport to find a real man. I roll my eyes but can't help the smirk tugging at my lips. Right, because everything in my life revolves around my dating status, I reply sarcastically. What about you? Trying to make someone jealous tonight, or are you just here to keep the bartenders company? Parker has always had this uncanny ability to make me feel comfortable, even with the most awkward of conversations. He laughs softly, then orders a whiskey for himself and turns fully towards me, leaning against the bar. I just mean that it doesn't add up. A woman as smart and beautiful as you should have the world at your feet right now. His eyes twinkle mischievously as he adds, or, at least, a few admirers buying you drinks. His words catch me off guard, and I tilt my head curiously. What makes you think I don't? Maybe I'm here just incognito, escaping all my admirers, I retort, though my tone is more curious than defensive. Parker shrugs carelessly, looking back into his newly arrived drink. Because you're here, drinking alone. And if I recall correctly, you are always the life of the party, not the introspective type. Definitely not some old lady sitting at the bar sipping Chardonnay by herself. For some reason, his words strike a chord in me. I'm left speechless, staring into my glass as his casual observation sinks in. I hadn't realized until now how obvious my disappointment with my current life is. It's like he sees right through me, even after all these years of not seeing each other. Parker seems to sense that he struck a nerve. He watches me quietly from the corner of his eye before reaching out to gently squeeze my hand on the bar top. Hey, I didn't mean to pry. Just curious about an old friend. His touch snaps me out of my thoughts, and I meet his eyes, which are full of understanding, not judgment. We all hit rocky roads sometimes, but they always lead somewhere better. He smiles warmly, adding, I hope you find what you are looking for. His optimism is contagious. It has been ever since we were kids running around in the sand dunes behind our houses. A small smile tugs at the corner of my lips as I clink my wine glass against his whiskey. To better roads, then, I propose, and he grins back at me, nodding his head in agreement. To better roads, he echoes. We each take a long drink, and then, he shoots me a grin as he swivels on his stool to face me fully. So, Lauren tells me you got a job working for Holt, he says, glancing down at my wine. Having a tough time with the old man, or just using it as an excuse to come here and see me? I grimace. You could say that. Holt is as charming as a porcupine and twice as prickly. I smirk before continuing, but then again, so are you sometimes. Parker chuckles, his eyes crinkling at the corners in amusement. Ah, he's not so bad once you get past his bark. You need to stand your ground with him. He leans closer, whispering conspiratorially, just like you always did with me. I'll remember that, I tell him as I swirl the remnants of my wine in the glass. If I keep the job, that is? I raise an eyebrow playfully. Maybe you can give me some tips on handling difficult men. Parker gives me a hard look, concern creasing his forehead. You're not thinking of quitting, are you? He adds with a teasing smile, or maybe you just need an excuse to hang out with me more? I shrug, keeping it casual. I don't know yet. I meet his gaze, a hint of challenge in my eyes. Why, would you miss me if I did? He shakes his head vehemently. No, you can't quit. His tone is adamant, his gaze earnest. And why's that? I ask, surprised by his reaction. It's not like him to lose his cool and seem almost panicked. Maybe he's changed, though, and Lauren's rubbed off on him, made him more in tune with his emotions. Because? He hesitates and then leans in closer, lowering his voice to a whisper, because I know what you're capable of, Chloe. You're amazing. His eyes lock onto mine, full of sincerity. And I've always believed in you. His words stir something inside me. I find his belief in me both exhilarating and terrifying because part of me wants to believe him while another part fears the disappointment that may ensue if he's wrong. But right now, his confidence feels like a lifeline. He releases a sigh and leans back on his stool but doesn't break eye contact with me. Parker. I start but find myself at loss for words. You always know what to say. He only grins at my hesitation before turning back to his whiskey glass. I'm serious, Chloe, he asserts quietly while staring into the amber liquid in his glass thoughtfully. You've got so much potential. Don't let Holt's prickly attitude hold you back. I gaze at him for several moments before asking, how are you so confident in me? It's been so long since we've last seen each other. I could be a total mooch for all you know. I smirk. Or maybe I've turned into a rebel. He lets out a deep laugh that makes my heart beat a little harder. There's not a chance in hell that you're a mooch, Chloe. I grin at him. I don't know. I could dine and dash on the regular, or maybe I've started stealing Amazon packages off porches. I could be a real degenerate. I lean in closer, whispering conspiratorially, but I think I'd make a pretty stylish criminal, don't you think? He grins, and I feel my cheeks flush. His jaw is so chiseled, and he's so charming. He turned me into mush when we were in high school, and it doesn't seem as though he's lost that ability. He's absolutely obliterating me now with just a smile and a look. Needing a distraction, I get the bartender's attention again and order another Chardonnay. Parker orders another whiskey. You know, he says, I might just stick around if you promise to keep the drinks coming. Shouldn't you be getting back to your friends? I ask. Your girlfriend isn't going to be thrilled that you're spending so much time with me. I give him a playful nudge. Unless you're here to escape her? The cheeky little half grin he gives me has my breath catching in my throat. Don't worry about them, he says with a shrug. They're all from work. We were just going out to let off some steam. And there's no girlfriend to speak of. Oh, I murmur with a soft smile. Is that so? And why is that? Too picky? That's right, he confirms, nodding slowly as if emphasizing each word. His eyes stray from mine for an instant, and he tips back his drink, draining it in a single gulp. He sets the glass down with a near-silent clink against the glossy wood of the bar top. Just haven't met the right girl yet. On impulse, I reach over and nudge his hand playfully. No girlfriend because you're secretly married? The words tumble out of my mouth before I can catch them, and I feel heat rise in my cheeks at my own audaciousness. Or maybe you're just hiding a secret crush? He laughs at that, a hearty laugh that vibrates through the room and makes me shiver. No secret wife, either, he assures me. And as for secret crushes, well, maybe I do have one. Another round of drinks arrives, one more glass of Chardonnay for me, another whiskey for him. You know, you do look really good, by the way, he declares with a twinkle in his eye. Better than I remembered, actually. You look pretty good, too, I echo, lifting my glass to tap against his gently. I like the suit. Very professional. Part of the job, he says. Got to be all professional and grown up, you know. He leans closer, narrowing his eyes in a playful squint while looking me over. But I can still have a little fun. We're both on our third drink now, the bartender keeps them coming, and I can hear my words start to slightly slur. The more I drink, the more I want to lean over and press my lips to his. What would his kiss taste like? Whiskey and what else? Would he be gentle, or would he be rough? I think rough. I think he's the kind of guy who likes to take control when he's with a woman. Now, I can't stop thinking about kissing him. Kissing him and, more. My mind races with images of us together, tangled together in his sheets. Sex. Sexy sex, sex. I want to have hot, naughty sex with Parker Thompson. My inebriated brain thinks this idea is an excellent one. I can almost feel his hands on me, exploring every inch. I feel my cheeks heat up at the intensity of my thoughts, and I abruptly pull back, breaking the charged connection between us. My gaze flickers back to my Chardonnay as I try to calm the storm inside me. I can feel his eyes burning into the side of my face, but I refuse to meet his gaze, my thoughts racing. Chloe, he says in a voice so low that it makes my stomach flutter. It's all I can do not to let myself crumble under the weight of desire. Relax. You're thinking too much. He leans closer, and his breath feels warm on my ear. Just go with it. How do you know that? I say when I finally have the courage to look at him again. His eyes are dark and filled with something unreadable. Maybe I'm just trying to figure you out, I whisper in a small, trembling voice. You always scrunch up your face when you're overthinking. He playfully nudges me with his shoulder, chuckling softly as he does so. I do not. You do, he insists cheerfully. You always have. This playful banter is familiar and comfortable, but it does little to cool the heat building inside me. If anything, it fans the flames higher. Before I can quip back, though, he leans in closer, close enough that our faces are just inches apart. His scent fills my senses, whiskey, a hint of cologne, and something uniquely Parker. My heart beats wildly against my chest as he moves a strand of hair from my face. I've also noticed that you get quiet when you're nervous, he states as if revealing another secret about me. And what makes you think I'm nervous and don't just have a lot on my mind? I challenge him, even though he's totally right. His grin widens as he sits back again, never breaking eye contact with me while doing so. Just a guess, he responds nonchalantly before sipping his whiskey. I want to argue, but I can't find the words. He's right, of course. I am nervous. I'm nervous about the swirling feelings inside me, the desires that threaten to consume me. I take another long drink as my mind swirls. An idea starts to bubble up in my head. It's crazy, but it sounds less crazy the more I drink my Chardonnay. I need an outlet. A little bit of fun in my life. I'm in no state to be looking for an actual relationship, but that doesn't mean I can't get laid. Parker is single, gorgeous, and has been slowly getting my panties wet since he sat down next to me. Hell, since high school, if we're being technical. I wouldn't mind seeing him more regularly. Parker, I start in a nonchalant tone, I have a question for you. He arches a brow at me, clearly curious. Go ahead. Licking my lips, I tilt my head and hold his gaze. As much as I want to be smooth and cool, the words just sort of tumble out. What do you think about being friends with benefits?
Chapter 4. Parker. I stare at Chloe in shock for several moments, uncertain I heard her correctly. What was that? I murmur. Her cheeks flush, and she replies, You know what? Forget I said anything. I should get going. Her voice is shaky, betraying her nerves, and I can tell that my response has made her feel rejected, though that was far from my intention. Before I can come up with some coherent response, she slaps some money on the bar for her drinks and slips off her bar stool. I watch her, dumbfounded, as she hurries to the bar's front door and disappears from sight. What the hell was that? I run a hand through my disheveled hair, trying to process her words. The weight of her question hangs heavy in the air. Friends with benefits? I would never have expected her to make such a proposal. I know she was a few glasses of wine in, but did she make that request just because of the alcohol? I don't think so, but my uncertainty is the reason I was so tongue-tied and couldn't actually give her an answer. Then again, it's not like the idea hadn't crossed my mind. She's alluring and undeniably attractive. I've fantasized about sleeping with her countless times before, but there's something about crossing the line from fantasy to reality that seems daunting. Yet, here I am, sitting alone at a half-empty bar with nothing but the fading scent of her intoxicating perfume as my only company. Why didn't you stop her? The bartender, Mike, breaks into my thoughts. I look up to find him cleaning a glass as he watches me. He studies me for a moment with a knowing smirk before moving down the bar to assist another customer. I'm left alone once again with my thoughts spiraling around Chloe's proposition and my inaction. Standing up abruptly, I toss down a few bills and grab my coat off the back of the stool. I step out into the cool night air and look around, part of me hoping to find her still out on the sidewalk. She's nowhere in sight, though, and for the first time tonight, I feel something close to regret settling in me. Damn it, I mumble under my breath as I run a hand through my disheveled hair. I'd fumbled it tonight, my first and probably only chance to keep Chloe close and indulge in the desire I've felt for her since high school. However, there's something inside me that's hesitant to take her up on her offer. Of course, I'd love to know what it's like to bury myself deep inside her and watch her expression shift in pleasure. However, I'm not sure if starting something casual with Chloe is really a good idea. I don't know if I could compartmentalize my feelings for her like that. Sighing in defeat, I make my way home. I need to sleep off the whiskey so I can think straight. Things will be clearer in the morning. At least, I really hope they will be. The next day at work, I'm still obsessing over Chloe's proposal. It's making it difficult to focus on my work. I'm in the office since the renovations on the Victorian are done. I don't usually mind office work, but I know if I were at a house somewhere, I'd at least be able to work with my hands and distract myself a little easier. As I sit at my desk, scrolling through blueprints and client emails, my mind keeps drifting back to the night before. The way Chloe had looked so confidently into my eyes and dropped that bombshell. The embarrassment she'd shown when I, like a fool, didn't have the courage or wherewithal to respond. The hurried departure that felt like a missed opportunity. Suddenly, my office door swings open, and in walks Cody, one of our construction managers. Parker, he greets me with a grin. You look like you spent the night at the bar. Not exactly, I reply wistfully, rubbing a hand across my face. I don't feel like explaining what happened. The mere thought of it only adds to this pounding headache. Cody just shrugs his shoulders. Can't say I blame you. Can get pretty lonely staring at these walls all day. He's right about that. After last night, I feel lonelier than ever before. His words inadvertently add salt to my fresh wound. The rest of the day drags on in a similar fashion, meaningless conversations, tedious paperwork, and a constant battle against the nagging thoughts of Chloe. By the time I leave work, I'm exhausted. I unlock my car and slide in behind the wheel but don't start the engine right away. Instead, I take a deep breath and drop my head to lean against the back of my seat. What am I going to do? I can't keep being this distracted. Clenching my jaw, I start the car and pull out of the parking lot. I find myself gravitating back toward the bar again. I can't help but wonder if Chloe will be there again, and maybe I can talk to her about this crazy proposal she's made. As I walk into the bartender looks up from where he is drying glasses and gives a small nod of acknowledgement. I take a seat at the bar, ordering a whiskey just like last night. As the bartender slides the glass toward me, he chuckles under his breath. Expecting her again? His voice is even, but his eyes hold a spark of amusement at my obvious predicament. I try to tell myself that he must have seen dozens of men make fools of themselves by now, but it doesn't dull my embarrassment. I honestly don't know, I reply. What else is there to say? The next hour is a blur as I sit there and wait to see if Chloe will show up. I'm too lost in my own thoughts to pay much attention to the world around me. Every creak of the door sends a jolt through my body, a hopeful anticipation that quickly turns into disappointment when I see that it isn't her. As the clock ticks away, I can feel my hopes falling with each passing minute. Maybe she won't come tonight. Maybe she's still embarrassed about her proposition last night and has decided to avoid me altogether. With a sigh, I down the last of my drink, pay my bill, and get up to leave, as anxious and confused as I was when I first arrived. The next 2 days go by in much the same way. I struggle to focus at work because I can't stop thinking about Chloe and what she asked of me. I go to the bar at the end of the second day to wait and see if she shows up, but again, nothing. By the afternoon of the third day, I'm sitting in my office, staring out the windows behind my desk, trying to figure out my next move. I'm not going back to the bar. I can't humiliate myself like that again. Mike would never let me live it down. Besides, I doubt she'll show up. I need to talk to her, though. I've been thinking about her proposal nonstop, even half convincing myself that it could be worth taking her up on it. There's just one obstacle in the idea that I can't quite work my way around. Lauren. At the end of the day, Chloe is my sister's best friend. That fact hadn't really struck me right away, but I don't want to do anything to hurt Lauren. If I had agreed to become friends with benefits with Chloe and my sister found out, I'm pretty sure she'd want to cut off my balls. I have to talk to Chloe before I worry too much about the potential risks. Whether I take her up on her offer or not, I need to hear the entirety of her thinking behind this idea before I can make a decision. Plus, I know if I don't talk to her about all this, I'm only going to continue to obsess over it and be constantly distracted from my day-to-day responsibilities. Determined, I leave the office that afternoon and decide to drive to Lauren's house so I can talk to Chloe face to face. I'm nervous and clutch the steering wheel so hard, my knuckles turn white. I tell myself to breathe. It's going to be fine. Chloe and I are adults, and we can have a reasonable, civil conversation. I'll express my concerns and ask her exactly what she wants out of this sort of arrangement. We'll be calm, mature, and logical. Piece of cake. No big deal. It'll be totally fine. By the time I pull up to the house, I'm feeling confident. It doesn't have to be a big deal. Chloe and I can enjoy each other, keep things chill, and not rock any boats. If she'll still have me, that is. Shoulders back and chin raised, I make my way up to the front door and hit the doorbell. I slap on what I know is a charming grin and wait. Within moments, the door swings open, and my stomach instantly drops. It's not Chloe. It's Lauren. Shit.
Chapter 5. Chloe. It's been 3 days. 3 excruciating days since I made my proposition to him. 3 days of waiting and wondering. I've done my best to resume my normal routine and tried hard, really hard, to push thoughts of him out of my mind, but it seems like the universe is against me. At every corner, I bump into something that reminds me of him. The whiskey in the grocery store aisle, the scent of his cologne in a passing crowd, even the faint sound of a song playing somewhere in the distance that he once hummed along to. It's all him. Always him. I can't face him right now. I can't bear to see the confusion, the wariness, or worse, the rejection in his eyes. So, I've been avoiding him. The afternoon sun shines bright as usual as I help Lauren set up her art supplies in the backyard. The weather has been so good, and she's been inspired to paint in the sunshine. We're midway through setting up her easel when the doorbell rings. "I'll get it," she says as she walks into the house. Something inside me tightens. Could it be Parker? It wouldn't be strange for him to come see his sister. I'm sure he visited the house all the time before I moved in. My hands shake slightly, and I start chewing on my lower lip as I fight an internal battle whether to peek through the kitchen window or not. Just when I've decided against it, a familiar laugh echoes through the house, and my heart squeezes. It's him. I should have known it would happen. I should have seen it coming. I couldn't have avoided him forever. Knowing that it would be weird for me to hide from him, I decide it's time to face the music. Maybe he'll just pretend nothing ever happened, and then, I can pretend I never made that stupid proposal. I'll have to be around him eventually, whether it be at Lauren's house or at work. Better to rip that band-aid off now. Gathering my courage, I make my way through the house to the front door, where Lauren is teasing him about his sudden visit. "You don't stop over for weeks, and all of a sudden, you show up now?" She chuckles. "What do you want?" "My special chocolate sundae brownies." Parker grins and smiles. "I mean, if you've got some, I won't turn them down." Suddenly, his gaze catches mine over Lauren's head, and his eyes go wide. Lauren turns and beckons me over with an enthusiastic wave. "Chloe. Look who's here!" she exclaims happily, unaware of the tension brewing between her brother and me. My eyes meet his as I step up next to Lauren. The same pair of hazel eyes that looked at me curiously 3 nights ago at the bar when I made my proposition meets mine now. "Hey, Parker," I say, forcing my voice to stay steady and calm. "How's it going?" "Good," he replies as his gaze bores into me. "Really good. So, what did you need, Parker?" Lauren asks. I actually feel thankful for her interruption. If we had stared at each other any longer, she definitely would have picked up on the awkwardness. He blinks, as if snapping out of a daze, and clears his throat before answering, "Actually, I came by to talk to Chloe. It's about, Holt's strategy for selling the Victorian." I furrow my brow in confusion. Holt hasn't given me the Victorian. He hasn't even mentioned it to me. "Oh," Lauren says. "Gotcha. I'll let you two talk, then." She turns and pats my shoulder as she heads to the backyard again. Once she's out of earshot, I turn back to Parker and frown up at him. You're not really here to talk about the house, are you? He shakes his head and gives me a bashful grin. No, no, I'm not. Could we, go somewhere more private? Where Lauren won't stumble upon us while we talk? I swallow. Yeah. Let's go to my room. We walk through the house in silence, the tension thick between us. His presence is both thrilling and terrifying. I can feel him watching me as I move ahead, every step making my stomach churn with dread and anticipation. My room is as I left it, a comforting mess of clothes, books, and writing supplies. It feels strange to have him here amongst this intimate chaos, as if it's an invasion of my sanctuary, but at least it's familiar ground. He shuts the door behind us, the soft click making my heart skip a beat. We are alone now. I turn to face him. He leans against the door, with his arms folded across his chest, looking at me with an inscrutable expression. The afternoon sunlight filters through the window and dapples his face in soft hues, lending a depth to his features that makes my breath hitch. So, I start, twisting a loose strand of hair around my finger, trying to dispel the silence that has cocooned us. You wanted to talk? Yes. He steps forward and closes the distance between us. He's so close now, I can see the tiny flecks of green in his hazel eyes that dance with indecision and something else, something warm and tender. I've been thinking. He trails off, running a hand through his hair in an uncharacteristic show of nervousness. Panic flutters within me. Is this where he tells me we can't be together? That my offer was too outrageous? About? I prompt him softly. About your proposition. He meets my gaze steadily now, all traces of uncertainty gone. I swallow hard, bracing myself for rejection. And? He continues, a slight smile playing on his lips now, I think it's a crazy idea. My heart sinks. I should have known better than to think he'd consider it. I turn away from him, not wanting him to see the disappointment creeping onto my face. But, he starts, and I whip around, my eyes wide with shock. But I think I'm in. Relief floods me, leaving me speechless. He's willing to go along with me. He's in. I bite my lip to keep from smiling too widely, my fingers still tangled in the ends of my hair. Parker reaches out, his hand tilting my chin upwards so that our eyes meet. Let's do this, Chloe, he says. His voice is barely a whisper, but there's a resounding conviction in his words that makes my heart race. We stand there, motionless for a beat before I find my voice again. Okay, Parker. His fingers linger on my chin for a moment longer, and then, he drops his hand. Our eyes remain locked together, the silence humming between us, stretching out the seconds into minutes. His gaze is steady before dropping down to focus on my lips. So, what next? He finally asks, breaking our long silence. I watch him for a moment before shrugging. We need to plan, I say after a moment of thought. We need to figure out how to keep Lauren from finding out, and everyone else, really. We can't chance anyone seeing us and then running off to tell Lauren directly or gossiping to someone who knows her. News spreads fast in Newport. He nods, stepping away and moving to lean against my desk. The afternoon sunlight streams in through the window and hits him just right, making his hazel eyes seem almost golden. He's so handsome, it's distracting. I clear my throat and look away to try to focus. We might need code names, I suggest. So, when we text or call, it's not our names that pop up. And we should lay out some ground rules. Since it's only a friends with benefits thing, we want to keep it fun and not let it get messy. He chuckles, then, a low sound that makes me glance up at him again. What? You think I'm joking? I ask defensively. Does he think I'm being silly? No, he assures me once he manages to stop laughing, shaking his head. It's just, I didn't expect you to take this so seriously. I am serious, I reiterate. This isn't some game, Parker. He holds up his hands in surrender with a grin on his face. Okay. I roll my eyes at him, but the corners of my mouth twitch upwards, betraying my amusement. Listen, I will personally strangle you if Lauren finds out about us. Sure, she'll be mad at both of us at first, but she'll eventually have to forgive Parker. He's her brother, after all. Me? I'm just the best friend. Don't worry, he assures me. I have no intention of letting my baby sister find out that I'm nailing her best friend. I narrow my eyes at him. Nail? He shrugs and winks. What's a good nailing between friends? Friends? Yes, we're friends. As insistent as I've been that we set up boundaries first, I need to remember to keep my own feelings and expectations in check. Just because a part of me wants to have more than just a fling with him doesn't mean that he has to feel the same way. But remember, I say, wagging a finger at him in mock sternness, this may be for fun, but we need to be careful not to hurt each other. Parker gives me a measured look and then nods. I agree. The last thing I want to do is hurt you, Chloe. He stands up from the desk and walks over to me. The room becomes very quiet, save for our breathing. There's something in his gaze that makes my pulse quicken. I'm glad I said yes, he murmurs as he rests his hands on my waist. I take a deep breath and look up at him. He's so close that I can see the fine lines around his eyes when he smiles. The heat from his body wraps around me and seems to pull me even closer to him. I'm glad, too, I respond, unable to hide the smile tugging at my own lips. He squeezes my hip slightly, then leans down to whisper into my ear, so, should we get started? I pull back a little to meet his gaze again, my eyes wide at the idea. Right now. His eyes light up as he breaks into a full grin. Why not? We need to see just how compatible we are. My words get stuck in my throat, and I struggle to come up with a comprehensive response. I don't think we should do anything here. He takes hold of my chin and rubs his thumb along my bottom lip, making me shiver. No, I suppose we shouldn't, he agrees. Especially if we don't want Lauren to find out. So, let's go to my place. He suggests it casually, as if proposing that we go out for lunch, but I know he's serious by the determined glint in his eye. Your place? I gasp. Yeah. What do you say? I stare up at him for several moments before I manage to murmur, okay. Let's go.
Chapter 6. Parker. We walk out of Lauren's place, the afternoon sun casting long shadows as we move toward my car. We exchange glances every now and then, our faces flushed with a strange mix of anticipation and apprehension. There's a heavy tension between us that wasn't there before, and despite the light banter we keep up, both of us are aware of what will happen as we soon as cross the threshold of my house. Reaching my car, I hold the door open for her. She slides in, offering me a small smile as she tugs on a loose strand of hair, a nervous habit of hers I recognize. As I shut the door behind her, I take a moment to compose myself before slipping into the driver's seat. The ride to my place is silent at first, but the tension makes it hard for me to breathe, so I have to break it before too long. So, I say, sounding breathless, how are things with Holt? Still suck? She turns to me and looks surprised. You really want to talk about Holt right now? Chuckling, I shake my head. No, not at all, but I don't know what else to say, if I'm being honest. She turns to gaze out the windshield. Well, have you ever done anything like this before? Casual sex? I shrug. Yeah, I have. She wrinkles her nose and shakes her head. No, not casual sex. I meant having a friends with benefits type of deal. It's not a one-night stand. It's an arrangement. I shake my head at her clarification. I'm no stranger to flings or one-night stands, but I've never crafted an arrangement before now. I've never felt the need to. Can't say that I have, I admit, glancing at her for a moment before returning my attention to the road. She's quiet, her hands nervously playing with the hem of her dress. It's just, I don't want us to ruin our friendship, Parker. I don't want that, either, Chloe, I assure her while reaching over to take one of her jittery hands in mine. Maybe we should establish those ground rules you were talking about earlier. Chloe looks thoughtful as she nods. That sounds like a good idea. She takes a deep breath and turns to face me fully. What kind of rules would you want us to follow? Smirking at how formal she sounds, I shrug as I pull into my driveway. Well, let's see. First off, no overnight stays. We're not a couple, so we shouldn't behave like one. She nods in agreement, absent-mindedly twisting the hem of her dress around her finger. And no public displays of affection. We'll act like friends around others. Especially Lauren, I add. Also, Chloe continues after a pause, we keep the communication open and honest at all times. Smart. That way, neither one of us will get our hopes up or our feelings hurt. We don't want any misunderstandings. Yes. She swallows nervously as our eyes meet. We sit in silence for a few moments as we process everything we've agreed upon. Sure, it sounds complicated and risky, but there is something exciting about it, too. Any more rules you can think of? Chloe asks, finally breaking the silence. Just one, I say before turning off the engine and looking at her intensely. If either of us develops feelings, we tell each other immediately and end it before it goes too far. There's a pause as she looks at me, her eyes searching mine. Maybe to see how serious I am? I'm not sure. Deal, she says, and we shake hands. The fading sunlight paints her face in hues of gold and orange, making her look ethereal. Her lips part slightly, as if she wants to say something else but decides against it at the last moment. We're here, I say unnecessarily, jerking my chin toward my house. For a moment, she just nods, half absorbed in her thoughts. Then, suddenly, she snaps back into reality and unbuckles her seatbelt with a swift motion. Right, she mutters under her breath. Let's go. With our newfound agreement hanging over our heads, we climb out of the car and head inside. As soon as we step into my house, Chloe takes a deep breath, her fingers playing with the ends of her hair. Her whole body radiates determination and a strange kind of vulnerability. I reach for her, taking her by the shoulders to pull her in for a kiss, but she pushes against my chest to stop me. Chloe's eyes widen in shock. What are you doing? That's not how this works, Parker. I frown, confused, and pull her closer. What are you talking about? We both know why we're here. Why beat around the bush? The fact that my tone comes off as slightly sulky makes me internally cringe a bit, but having her be so close now that I know she's attracted to me, too, is a struggle. All I want is to show her how much I've wanted her over the years. She rolls her eyes but can't help the smile tugging at her lips. We need wine first. And music. Maybe a little conversation. You know, build up to it. I release a long breath but nod after a few moments to think about it. She's right. By jumping her the first chance I get, it sends the message that all I want from her is sex, but that's not the case. Maintaining our friendship is just as important, if not more so, than exploring our sexual chemistry. Sure, I tell her, make yourself comfortable while I get it. As she makes her way towards my living room, I can't help but quietly admire the way her dress hugs her figure, managing to look both elegant and sexy. Suppressing a sigh, I make a mental note to focus on the benefits part in our agreement rather than getting distracted by her beauty. In the kitchen, I rummage through my wine rack looking for a bottle that has likely been gathering dust. I'm not usually a wine drinker, but I know I have a few bottles I save for company. Finally, I find a bottle of Malbec that should do the trick. As I pop open the bottle and start to pour it into 2 glasses, I hear the faint melody of Chopin's Nocturnes coming from the living room. Chloe must have found my vinyl collection. Choplin, huh? What are you, like, 70? I laugh and set the wine glasses on the coffee table. Okay, fine. I'm a bit of a nerd for having such an extensive classical music collection. She shrugs, a playful glint in her eye. I prefer something a bit more modern. Got any rock or pop? I might have a few records that fit the bill. I put on a Queen album, and the opening chords of Bohemian Rhapsody fill the room. Chloe sways to the music, and the tension from earlier melts away before my eyes. Now this is more like it, she says while taking a sip of wine. Feeling a sense of amusement, I watch her dance. So, rule number 1, wine and music before I see you naked. She laughs, a genuine, melodic sound that makes my heart skip a beat. Exactly. Build up to it, Parker. Build up to it. When the song is over and she's done dancing, I lift my glass in the air. Cheers. She clinks her glass against mine with a soft cheers in return before taking a small sip of the wine. This feels nice, she says, gesturing vaguely around her as if encapsulating everything. Our friendship, our impending benefits, and this quiet evening filled with Queen and Malbec. It does, I agree, and I'm not lying. It does feel nice. Warm. Comfortable. It's a little surprising, given the reason we're here. I watch her as she sips her wine and sways to the next song. She's so gorgeous, she makes my mouth water. I like the way she wears her hair now. Straight and shoulder length, with straight bangs that come to a stop just above her brows. Her body is curvy in all the right places, and I can't help but let my eyes wander to her ass, which looks immaculate in her body-hugging dress. I'm getting turned on just looking at her. Heat bubbles up inside me, and my dick starts twitching in my pants. As I look at Chloe, she seems to sense my change in mood. "Parker?" she asks, looking at me with those warm brown eyes of hers. I manage a smile and shake off my thoughts. "Yes? We can still back out of this," she says in an almost whisper. If it's too complicated, I mean. Wouldn't that be the easier decision? We could laugh about it tomorrow, chalk it up to a momentary lapse in judgment, and go back to being just friends. We wouldn't have to worry about damaging our relationship with Lauren or with one another. But I look at her again. At the nervous but eager expression on her face as she waits for my answer. At the way her chest rises and falls with her deepening breaths. There's no way in hell I'm walking away from her now. "No," I say firmly. Setting my glass of wine down, I close the distance between us and take her glass from her as well. Then, I wrap my arms around her waist and pull her flush against my body. I do not want to back out of this. Before she can respond, I lower my head and capture her lips with mine in a searing kiss. My mind is roaring with a rush of blood as our lips meet. It's electric and hot, full of pent-up tension and desire. She gasps against my mouth, and I take the opportunity to deepen the kiss, my tongue tangling with hers. I can taste the Malbec on her lips, sweet and woody, but it fades into the background as I focus on her and on this moment. Her hands move up to grip my shoulders, then slide slowly into my hair, holding me in place as if afraid I'll change my mind. I groan into her mouth, encouraged by her response. My hands roam down to the small of her back, pressing her closer, if that's even possible. We part briefly for breath before diving right back in again. It's intoxicating, the heat between us and the way she's melting against me. I've wanted this moment to be real for so long that I'm afraid it'll all prove to be a dream when the kiss ends. Chloe pulls away first, her cheeks flushed, chocolate eyes sparkling under the dim light. Her chest heaves as she tries to catch her breath. "Parker," she whispers, her voice shaky and filled with anticipation. "I want you," I say in a low growl. "I want you so bad, Chloe." Her eyes widen at my confession, then close as she lets out a shaky sigh. "Then take me." The words tumble from her mouth, and with that single sentence, all my reservations crumble away. Tonight isn't just about lust, there's affection and trust woven into our entanglement, too. In response, I lift her effortlessly into my arms and make my way to my bedroom. The air thickens with anticipation as every step brings us closer to crossing a line we can never uncross, but at this point, there's no backing out. Not when the soft weight of her body against my chest feels this right. Not when every cell in my body is crying out to connect with hers. As I lay her down on my bed, her eyes meet mine, wide and expectant. There's a flicker of uncertainty there, but it's quickly replaced by determination. She knows what she wants, and so do I. She opens her arms to me, and I settle between her thighs, my cock throbbing with need against her panty-covered core. We share one last lingering look before I lower my lips to hers again. Our breathing is ragged and heavy, our bodies melting into each other as we explore each other. There's an undeniable connection ignited between us, and it's more than just skin-on-skin contact. It's a communion of souls, a silent confession of feelings held back for too long. Chloe's hands slide down my back, her nails digging into my skin through the fabric of my shirt, sending electrifying jolts all over my body. She's pulling me closer, as if there isn't already an inch of space separating us. She wants me as much as I want her, that much is clear from her responses. A small whimper escapes her lips when I pull away to get rid of my shirt. My breath catches in my throat as I take in her flushed face, her eyes half closed with desire, her lips swollen from our fervent kisses. There's a glow about her that makes her look ethereal under the soft bedroom light. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I reach for the hem of her dress, waiting for a moment for any sign of hesitation from her. When none comes, and she lifts herself up a bit to assist me instead, I slowly pull it off over her head to reveal the tantalizing lingerie underneath. She lays before me in nothing but black lace. My heart skips a beat at the sight. "God, you're beautiful," I say hoarsely. A soft blush creeps onto her cheeks, but she doesn't break eye contact. I lean down once again, taking one nipple into my mouth through the fabric of her bra. She gasps and grips my hair with renewed strength. The taste of her skin against my tongue, the sound she makes when I nibble just slightly, it's intoxicating. I don't think I can ever get enough of her. Her back arches as she offers herself to me. I take it as my cue to continue, my hand slipping behind her to unclasp her bra. Her breath hitches as the fabric falls away, revealing her full breasts. She's perfect, damn near close to a goddess in this moment. "Jesus, Chloe," I murmur as my lips trail down her body, exploring every inch of her soft flesh. Her hands tangle in my hair again, pulling me closer, a silent plea for more. "How are you so perfect?" I whisper against her skin. She shivers, and goosebumps erupt all over her body. "Parker!" She whimpers, but before she can say anything more, I capture her lips again. Meanwhile, my fingers find their way to the waistband of her panties, hooking into the black lace. I pull them down slowly, kissing my way down her belly along with the garment. Once they're discarded onto the floor beside us, I let my eyes rake over her naked form. Her cheeks flush under my gaze, and I can't help but smirk at the sight. Even now, after everything that has happened between us tonight, there's still a touch of shyness in her. It's endearing and damn sexy. Pushing her legs apart, I lower myself until my mouth is in line with her sweet, pink core. I give her a gentle kiss, my tongue sliding over her clit, and she squirms underneath me, her hands clutching the sheets. Her soft gasps fill the room as I explore, trying to find the places she likes most. I take my time, mapping out every inch of her with my mouth and tongue, savoring her taste that's uniquely hers. She's sweet and intoxicating, like the Chardonnay she likes so much. Chloe's breaths come in short gasps now, and I can feel her legs trembling around me. There's something so arousing about having her at my mercy like this. My fingers dig into the flesh of her thighs as I hold them apart, giving me the perfect view of what she's getting. Tilting her hips upward, she silently asks me for more. I'm only too happy to oblige. My tongue moves faster, and soon, she's bucking against me. From the sound of her whimpers echoing in the quiet room to the way her body convulses underneath me, everything about this moment is enthralling. I pull away from her for a moment, letting the cool air hit her before latching back onto her again. The change in temperature has an electrifying effect on Chloe. She cries out, clutching my head closer as an orgasm begins to build within her. "Oh, God! Don't stop!" She breathes out, each word accentuated with a moan. My cock throbs painfully in response, but I ignore it for now. I need to make Chloe come first. I need to make sure she doesn't regret this decision to be with me for even a moment. Her body stiffens and then releases with a shuddering cry as she reaches climax. Her inner walls clench around nothing, and I can't help but groan at the thought of plunging myself inside her. Before she has time to recover, I move back up along her body, pressing myself against her still trembling form. I capture her lips in a heated kiss, letting her taste herself. "You're amazing," I whisper against her lips. She smiles at me, her eyes sparkling. While kicking off my pants and boxers and grabbing a condom, I hover above Chloe, looking down at her with nothing but pure desire as I roll the contraceptive down my length. Her eyes mirror mine, filled with want and anticipation. I lean down, capturing her lips in another searing kiss, as I align myself with her entrance. "Parker, I need you," she mumbles. "I know, baby," I reply. "I'm going to give you everything you need." With that promise, I tease her entrance lightly with my tip, causing her to gasp and arch her back again. Her hands grip onto my shoulders as if holding on for dear life. The intense look on her face is enough to send me over the edge, but I tamp down on the urge. "I need you, too, Chloe," I confess hoarsely. Our gazes stay locked as I push into her slowly, letting her adjust to my size. Her breath hitches, and she bites down on her lower lip, desperately trying to suppress a moan. The sight is so utterly erotic, it makes me feel like the luckiest man alive. Once I'm fully sheathed within her, I hold still for a moment, enjoying the sensation. She wraps her legs around my waist, pulling me even closer. "You don't need to be gentle," she whispers softly into my ear, and it feels like I've been struck by lightning. "Trust me, I won't be," I murmur into her ear but capture her lips before she can respond. I start to move. The first few strokes are slow and measured, a torturous contrast to the thrilling urgency that courses through us both. Chloe's whimpers morph into soft moans as I increase my pace, hitting that sweet spot within her over and over again. Her hands claw at my back, the slight sting only intensifying the pleasure I'm experiencing. Seeing Chloe come undone under me is something I never thought I'd be lucky enough to experience. Her eyes shutter closed as she loses herself in the sensation, but I want her to look at me. To see my desire for her. To know that it's me who's making her feel this way. Sliding one hand down to trace circles around her clit, I coax those beautiful eyes to open again. "Look at me, Chloe," I order softly. Her eyes flutter open, and they're glazed with intense pleasure. The sight sends a shudder of desire through me more powerful than any physical touch. "Beautiful," I breathe out before kissing her again. Her tongue meets mine eagerly, even as she pants for breath. Chloe's legs tighten around my waist as she pushes up against me to meet me stroke for stroke. Each thrust brings us closer to climax. Our bodies are slick with sweat. I can feel Chloe's body tense underneath me and know she's close. Wanting us to come together, I pick up my pace once more, pushing us both closer to the edge. "Almost there, Parker," she whispers against my neck. With one last deep thrust, We both tumble over the edge together, a wave of intense pleasure washes over us both. Her inner muscles clench tightly around me, milking my own climax as I spill into her with a ragged groan. Pleasure radiates through every nerve ending in my body as I collapse on top of her. Chloe's arms wrap around me, holding me close as we let our racing hearts calm down. Our bodies are a tangle of limbs as we lay there, basking in the afterglow. "Holy shit," she says. "That was incredible." I grin. "You were amazing." She chuckles, and her laughter is like music to my ears. All too soon, though, she starts to move and slip out of my arms. "What are you doing?" I ask. She sits up on the edge of the bed and glances back at me with a small smile and a shrug. "No overnights, remember?" She replies, "Right." I nod. "You're right. We need to stick to the rules. That's the only way this will work." I lounge against my pillows as I watch her get up and get dressed, enjoying the view as she bends this way and that in front of me. When she's dressed, she turns back to me with a grin. "I'll see you later," she says. "See you later," I reply with a wink. Waving her fingers at me, she leaves the bedroom, and I listen until I hear the front door open and shut. Once I know she's gone, I plop onto my back and stare up at the ceiling, wondering if this was actually a good idea or if I've just set myself up for a strange kind of torment.
Chapter 7. Chloe. Davis. In my office. Now. Shocked out of the daze I'd fallen into, I jump up from my desk and hurry back to Mr. Holt's office. He's standing behind his desk, his hands on his hips and his brow furrowed in clear agitation. "Yes, sir?" I ask cautiously as I come to a stop in front of his desk. He meets my gaze and snaps, "I need you to oversee a building of rental units that we've been hired to find residents for." I gawk at him in surprise. "What? Me?" He nods. "Yes, you. Kelsey just called and quit. She was supposed to take the rentals on. Everyone is busy with other listings, so you're all I've got." Not exactly a vote of confidence, but I recognize the opportunity for what it is. "Absolutely, sir. I won't let you down," I say, hiding my surprise with a firm resolution. My heart thumps in my chest with the thrill of the unexpected challenge. "Good," he replies curtly. He slides a folder across the desk towards me, filled with documents and details about the rental units. "Get familiar with the basics. You start tomorrow." Nodding, I take the folder in my trembling hands. But before I can turn to leave, Mr. Holt adds, "Oh, and Davis, do not mess this opportunity up. You're going to be getting more work now to make up for Kelsey's slack, and I expect you to stay on top of all of it." I swallow hard at his warning. "Understood, sir." I manage to sound steady, despite the wave of anxiety washing over me. Leaving his office, I head back to my desk and start diving into the paperwork given to me. As I read through the details about the rental units, charming, yet slightly outdated apartments in an up-and-coming area, I can't help but feel thrilled at such an opportunity being handed to me on a silver platter. It'll be my chance to impress Mr. Holt and to prove to myself that I can actually succeed at something. I'm so focused on the papers in front of me that I don't notice a figure approaching my desk until a shadow falls over me. With a gasp, I glance up and am shocked to find Parker staring down at me. "Hey, gorgeous," he says while giving me a crooked half-smile. "Hey," I croak out. What are you doing here?" I've been thinking about him non-stop since last night. I can hardly believe we had sex. When I remember it, I feel giddy, and hot. It was some of the best sex I've ever had, and I cannot wait until we do it again. However, I can't let that get in the way of my job. Parker is going to drop into the office now and again because of his work with Holt, and I need to keep things professional when that happens. His eyes land on the papers spread out on my desk, and he points at one of the rental listings. "I'm actually here about that," he explains. "Holt wants my company to go through the units and make sure everything is up to code and functioning." His words pull me up short, and I blink at him. You're working on this project, too." Parker shrugs and slips his hands into his pockets. "Holt likes my work," he says simply. "And I guess you could say we have a mutual understanding. Spending extra time with Park will be amazing, no doubt, but during that time, it'll be hands off. No flirting, no suggestive glances or nicknames, and especially no touching. Can I handle that? I would like to say yes, but I'm not so confident in my self-control. My heart thumps wildly in my chest as I take in Parker's easy smile, so out of place in the rigid atmosphere of Mr. Holt's office, yet so perfectly aligned with the wild twist of events unraveling in front of me. Great. That's great. I clear my throat and sit up straighter in my chair. Just remember, we need to keep things professional. This project is the first real chance Mr. Holt is giving me, and I can't afford to screw it up. Parker considers my words for a moment before nodding slowly. Fair enough, he says while running a hand through his hair. But keep in mind, Chloe. He leans over the desk, his face coming dangerously close to mine. When we're alone. His voice drops to a husky whisper that makes goosebumps run up my arms. I will be anything but professional. With that, he straightens up and winks at me. This whole friends with benefits thing is going to be harder than I thought. I pinch the bridge of my nose and try to organize my thoughts with Parker's heated words echoing in my head. Parker. I groan. He holds up his hands as if in surrender. Don't worry, Chloe. When we're on the clock, I'll be good. Scout's honor. You weren't a scout. He shrugs. Details. Anyway, I was actually going to run out to the building and look over some of the units and thought I'd stop by to see if whoever was in charge of the listings wanted to join. Seeing as that's you, do you want to go on a field trip? I fight the urge to roll my eyes at his flippant suggestion, but I can't deny that it actually makes sense. Seeing the units in person would help me update the listings with even greater precision. Having Parker along wouldn't be terrible, either, as long as he can keep his promises of professionalism. I suppose that would be beneficial, I say, feigning reluctance. He grins widely in response. Wonderful. Holding out a hand to help me up from my desk chair, he shoots me a wicked grin. As I stand, grabbing my notebook and pen, I realize that this is it, my first real challenge. Can I really manage to work alongside Parker without letting our personal entanglement get in the way? The thought sends a shiver of anticipation through me. I hurry to Mr. Holt's office to let him know I'm heading out with Parker, and I get his grunt of approval. Parker is waiting by the door when I get back, and we make our way out into the warm afternoon and head toward his big, black truck parked nearby. As we climb into the truck, I can't help but notice the interior is as tidy as his house. Parker slips on a pair of sunglasses and starts the engine, another grin playing on his lips as he notices my inspection. Something wrong with my truck? He teases as he pulls out onto the road. No, it's just, immaculate, I answer, trying to keep my voice neutral. He chuckles at that. Well, I find it's easier to keep things shipshape if they never get messy in the first place. We drive in comfortable silence for a while, the hum of the engine and the occasional comment about traffic being our only topic of conversation. It feels almost like any regular day, except for the fact that this isn't a regular day, and certainly not with a regular colleague. We arrive at the residential block an hour later, and my professional mindset starts to kick in. The building is older, it's faded, red brickwork harking back to a different era, giving it an old-world charm that modern buildings often lack. Unfortunately, that probably also means more issues we'll have to address. Parker parks the truck, and we both hop out, standing side by side as we take in the building. We split up to start our separate inspections, agreeing to meet back in 2 hours. I push open the door of one of the units, and something about its rustic interior reminds me of Parker's sly grin back at my office. Just like him, this place has an alluring charm that's hard to ignore. The next few hours are spent exploring room after room, taking notes on everything from floor plan layouts to plumbing issues. My notebook fills with scribbles and diagrams faster than I'd expected. Not a surprise, but a little daunting, nonetheless. Before I know it, the 2 hours have passed, and I find myself walking back down to meet Parker at his truck. As I approach, I see him leaning against the side of the vehicle, his face tilted toward the sun as he flicks through his own notes. Find anything interesting? I ask. He grins but doesn't look up from his paperwork. "Nothing as interesting as you," he says, making me blush in spite of myself. I roll my eyes at him, ignoring the fluttering sensation in my stomach. "Parker." "I meant professionally," he amends with a laugh while holding up his hands defensively again. I can't help my small grin, but I clear my throat and get us back on track. "Okay, what are some of the issues you found?" I question. "I've got quite a few." He gazes at me, his laughter fading and his face taking on a more serious expression. "Well, most of the plumbing is outdated. We're going to need major work there," he says as he flips through his notes. "Also, the wiring in most of the units seems to have problems. Some aren't even up to code." I make a note of these points in my own notebook, appreciating his thoroughness. As we continue discussing the problems and potentially viable solutions, I feel a newfound respect for Parker's professional abilities. His flippant persona gives way to someone who clearly takes his job seriously. Still, there's so much work to be done. I don't know how I'm going to manage it. It's a lot for my first listing, for sure. Did Mr. Holt pick me for this project on purpose? Does he somehow want me to fail? Maybe he's been trying to decide if I'm worth keeping around, and my work here will help him make up his mind. I push that thought away. Mr. Holt might not be all that friendly, but he's not cruel enough to set me up for failure. As the sun starts to set and the long shadows of buildings stretch out across the streets, we finally wrap up our discussion. "All right," Parker says, tucking away his notes and looking at me with an unreadable expression. "I think we've got a pretty good idea of what we're dealing with here." I nod in agreement, feeling mentally exhausted but also strangely satisfied. We've made progress today, not just in examining the units that needed updating, but also in navigating this precarious balance between our personal situationship and professional obligations. "Let's call it a day before my brain explodes," I suggest with a small laugh. Parker chuckles, agreeing wholeheartedly as he jumps into the driver's seat of his truck. I climb in beside him, feeling the exhaustion creep into my muscles now that the adrenaline of work has subsided. The drive back is quiet once again, but it still feels comfortable. This time, I lean back against the seat and let my eyes flutter shut. Parker's low chuckle rouses me enough that I crack my eyes open to look over at him. "What?" "Oh, nothing," he says softly, his eyes on the road. "I just think we make quite the team." I can't help but smile at his words. "Yeah," I admit quietly as I gaze out the window at the city lights twinkling in the twilight. "I think we do, too."
Chapter 8. Parker. The next few days pass without much opportunity for Chloe and I to hang out. Apparently, Holt has given her a few more listings since he's so short-staffed, and she's been busting her pert, little as trying to stay on top of everything. It really sucks, and I find that I miss her. Yeah, I definitely want to have sex with her again, but I also just like being around her. I've sent her a few texts, but each response I get is just a different way of telling me she's busy. "Sorry, Holt gave me another house. I have to go look at it this evening. GRR, I need to finish putting some random listings together for Holt. Can't, I have to organize a house showing tomorrow." Releasing a long, frustrated breath, I lean back in my office chair and stare up at the ceiling. What am I supposed to do? I want to see her, but I don't want to cause her any more stress than she's already under. I'm not her boyfriend, so it's not like I can just show up at her house out of the blue, right? As I'm sitting there, twirling a pen absent-mindedly in one hand, I remember our night together and how good it felt to touch her, kiss her, slide deep inside her. Suddenly, my cell phone buzzes and yanks me out of my wandering, dirty thoughts. When I see that it's Chloe calling me, I scramble to answer. "Hello?" I say, then I clear my throat and try to act cool. "Long time no talk, gorgeous." "Hi." She sighs, and I hear the exhaustion in her voice. "Sorry, things have been crazy. I just wanted to call and apologize for ditching you so many times the last few days." "You don't have to apologize," I assure her. "Holt's been putting a lot on your plate." "I get it." "Yeah," she grumbles. "I wanted to work on actual listings, but this is crazy. He keeps pushing all the extra work onto me. He just assumes I can take it all with no issue because I'm not married and don't have kids. Then, there's also this client I'm working with who's just been a headache. I'm sorry. I don't mean to rant." "It's okay," I say. Ran away. I'm all ears. I mean it, too. I'm not just saying it to score extra points. After days of not really getting to talk to or spend any time with her, it's nice just to be able to catch up. Plus, I know what it's like to need to vent after a long day's work, and if I can provide her with a sympathetic ear, then I will. Alright, she concedes with a deep sigh. So, this client, right? He has absolutely no idea what he wants. 1 minute, he's insisting on a house in the suburbs. The next, he wants a penthouse in downtown. And let's not even get started on his budget, which seems to be as flexible as a rubber band. To top it all off, he's constantly requesting meeting times and then canceling at the last minute. It's incredibly frustrating. Sounds like a piece of work, I reply. Oh, you don't know the half of it, she answers. It's just, everything is so overwhelming right now, and I feel guilty. I wanted Holt to give me a chance and have me do real work, but it's getting to be too much. My heart twists in my chest, and I want to reach through the phone and wrap my arms around her. I don't really know if there's anything I can do to help, but I hate knowing she's feeling so stressed. How about you come over to my place after work? I can go over some of your listings with you and help you put a game plan together to tackle them all. We can order pizza and relax a bit. Does that sound good? She doesn't respond for a few moments. That actually sounds really good, she finally says. Are you sure, though? I don't want to be taking up your time when you could be doing something else. I chuckle, twirling my pen between my fingers more swiftly. Chloe, I say, I can't think of a better way to spend my evening than helping you. Besides, I've been missing you. Her breath hitches audibly over the line, and I just know she's blushing. Thinking about it makes me grin. All right, then, she replies after clearing her throat. Should I bring anything? Just yourself and anything you need for work, I instruct. I'll take care of everything else. Okay, she murmurs. Thank you, Parker. Anytime, Chloe. We say our goodbyes, and I hang up the phone. Leaning back in my chair, I can't keep the smile off my face. For the first time in days, there's something to look forward to, an evening with Chloe. I find myself looking forward to the night with excitement. It's not just about helping with her listings. It's about being a part of her world, easing her stress, and maybe, just maybe, experiencing more of the mind-blowing pleasure we shared the last time we were together.
Chapter 9. Chloe. As soon as I hang up with Parker, a rush of mixed emotions surges through me. Excitement, anticipation, nervousness, relief. They all swirl together in a heady concoction that leaves me jittery in my seat. I've been so consumed with work the last few days that the prospect of spending an evening away from it all, and more importantly with him, seems almost surreal. I lean back in my chair and let out a long sigh, running a hand through my tousled hair. It's been an exhausting day, and the thought of spending time with Parker, even if we do a little work before giving in to our desires, is incredibly comforting. Getting up from my desk, I gather all my scattered listings and sort them out into a neat pile. As I do so, I can't help but replay our conversation in my head over and over again. His offer to help was a sweet surprise. It shows a side of him that's not just charm and flirtation but genuine care. I mean, he could have just invited me over for pizza. He didn't have to offer to help me with my work. Then, there were those other words he spoke that made my cheeks flare red. I've been missing you. They hit me like a punch to the gut. There was something so raw and sincere about them that it makes me shiver to recall them. Not wanting to delve deeper into this confusing territory, though, I quickly shake off these thoughts and focus on getting through the rest of the day. A couple hours later, I find myself standing outside Parker's front door, clutching my paperwork against my chest. I'm a mess, both inside and out. I run my fingers through my hair, trying to tame it, but I'm certain that it's still a frizzy mess. Giving up, I take a deep breath and hit the doorbell. A moment later, Parker opens it, smiling widely at me. Hey, gorgeous, he greets me warmly, making me blush instantly. Glad you could make it. I smile back at him weakly, suddenly feeling extremely self-conscious under his gaze. Hey? I mumble back shyly. Thanks for this. No need to thank me, Chloe. With a smile, he ushers me inside. I step into the house and follow him into the living room. He's got a pizza box waiting for us on his coffee table already, and my stomach growls at the sight of it. Make yourself at home, he tells me. I hope you're hungry. Starving, I reply, setting my documents on his dining table and moving towards the couch. The aroma of pizza fills the room, making me realize how famished I am. We sit down at opposite ends of his plush, blue sofa, and he hands me a slice of pizza. He watches me as I take a bite, his eyes crinkling with pleasure when I moan appreciatively around my mouth full of food. "You like it?" he asks before taking a bite out of his own slice. "It's delicious," I respond, managing to swallow down my bite without choking. We sit there for a while just eating and making light conversation about our respective days. He is attentive and charming, just as he always is, but there's also this easy comfort between us that wasn't there before. "We can go into my office," he says when we finish eating, and he starts to clean things up. "It's a better space for working." "Okay." I nod and stand up, grabbing my papers while doing so. I follow Parker up the stairs and down a short hallway, past a set of modern, minimalist paintings that catch my eye. "What's this one?" I ask, pointing to one with unusual, abstract shapes. "Oh, that." He glances at the painting, and judging by the faint smile gracing his lips, I can tell that he's fond of it. "An early Rothko. He's a favorite of mine." "Your taste in art is as intriguing as you are," I tease. Parker chuckles. "I'll take that as a compliment." We finally reach his office, and I catch my breath. It's spacious and modern with floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook his large backyard. A sleek, wooden desk occupies the center of the room, surrounded by shelves filled with books, awards, and various trinkets. "Wow, Parker, this is impressive," I mutter and look around the room in awe. He grins at me as he moves to stand behind his desk, looking pleased. "Glad you like it." We settle down on opposite sides of his desk, and I drop my papers in between us. The next few hours pass in a blur as we pore over my listings together. Despite our close proximity and the occasional brush of hands or legs under the table, Parker remains focused and keeps our work strictly professional. Eventually, though, my brain begins to tire. I yawn, covering my mouth quickly to try and hide it. Parker chuckles. "Sleepy?" "A bit," I admit with a small shrug. "It's been a long day." He nods in agreement, then gets a strange look on his face. "We've done enough for today," he says suddenly, shutting his laptop and standing up from his chair. "But?" "No buts," he cuts me off with a gentle smile. "You've worked hard. It's time to relax now. Come with me." I furrow my brow as he extends his hand to me. Hesitantly, I take it and let him pull me to my feet. Without a word, he leads me out of the office and down the hall toward his bedroom. "What are we doing?" I ask, and a silly grin overtakes my face. "Are you going to screw my stress away?" He smirks back at me and shakes his head. "As much fun as that sounds, I have something else in mind. Climb on the bed and lay on your belly." Now, I'm really confused. "Why?" He turns to face me fully and rubs his hands together. "I'm going to give you a massage." I stare at him a moment before saying, "Oh. You don't have to." "This isn't a discussion," he tells me firmly, though his eyes are twinkling with amusement. "Get on the bed before I throw you on it." I can't help my grin, and I throw my hands up in surrender, although I definitely wouldn't be opposed to that kind of treatment from him. All right. I'll get on the bed." Crossing the room, I climb up onto the bed and settle in the middle of it on my stomach. I can hear Parker moving around the room before he sits on the edge of the bed beside me. I feel the mattress dip under his weight, and then, his hands are on my back, pressing gently into my skin. I let out a sigh that's half surprise, half relief. "Just relax," he instructs, his fingertips starting to knead into my shoulders. He's careful with his touch, attentive to my responses. In an instant, my body starts to turn into jelly beneath his hands. He moves down to my lower back, smoothing out the knots in my muscles along the way. I moan quietly, a low rumble in the back of my throat that makes him chuckle. "That good?" "Better than good," I mumble into the pillow. "Your hands are magical." He laughs softly again but doesn't reply. His fingers continue their soothing dance along my muscles. The minutes blend together as his touch moves in rhythm with my shallow breaths. He ventures out from my back to knead at my stiff arms and neck muscles clenching with tension. "Thought you were a contractor," I murmur. "Not a masseur." "I'm full of surprises," he counters smoothly. "You are, indeed." The more relaxed I feel, the more sensitive my body seems to become. His firm, delicious touch is causing warmth to bubble up inside me and spread throughout my body. I press my thighs together when I feel myself starting to get wet. "You good?" he asks, his voice a low rumble. "Yeah," I breath. I'm good, really good." "Good," he murmurs, his voice close to my ear. His breath is warm and makes my skin tingle. He slows his movements, his fingers tracing lazy patterns on my upper back, causing my body to hum in satisfaction. My clothes suddenly feel too constrictive. I want his hands on my bare skin. Truth be told, I want more than that. Much, much more. There's a silence that falls between us, then. I can hear Parker's steady breaths, his body hovering over my own. The intimacy of the moment is undeniable, making my heart pound in my chest. Finally, he pulls away, and I let out a sigh, disappointed at the loss of contact. "Turn over," Parker orders softly, and I obey without question. My eyes meet his as I turn over onto my back. His gaze is soft but intense, making me feel exposed under his scrutiny. He smiles before letting his hands wander lower, massaging my sides and abdomen. He presses just hard enough to make me moan. He chuckles and shakes his head slightly. "You are way too responsive." I blush deeply under his gaze but don't break eye contact. "It's your fault." His grin widens. "Is it now?" He continues working on my abdomen, making sure to avoid any overly sensitive areas but still sending waves of pleasure through me with every press of his hand. He's teasing me. Tormenting me, really. I can tell by the glint in his eyes that he knows exactly what he's doing to me. "Parker." My voice comes out husky and pleading. "Yes?" he asks lazily, feigning innocence while continuing to tease me with his hands. "You know what?" I breathe out heavily. "Do I?" he queries again, but this time, there's a change in his voice, there's a flirtatious undertone that wasn't there before. I close my eyes, feeling a shiver run down my spine as Parker's hands wander closer to the hem of my shirt. I bite my lip, silently willing him to continue. "Can I?" he begins, his voice hoarse as his fingers trace the hemline of my shirt. I nod, offering a breathy yes. He hooks his fingers under the fabric and gently pulls it over my head, discarding it on the floor. His eyes darken at the sight of me. I sense a change in him. There's a predatory look in his eyes that makes me shiver with anticipation. His hands are back on me in an instant, wandering from my abdomen to the edge of my bra. He pauses again, waiting for my permission. I give it to him with another nod and a whispered yes. He undoes my bra expertly, revealing my bare breasts. A low groan escapes him as he gazes down at me. His hands gently cup my breasts, kneading them softly. His touch is electrifying, causing me to arch up against him. I grasp his shoulders tightly as he thumbs my nipples, making me gasp. "That good?" he whispers again, his voice huskier this time, which I didn't think was possible. "Why yes," I stammer out. His touch becomes more insistent as he explores more of me. It's driving me wild. Wave after wave of pleasure courses through me. Soon, I find myself yanking at his clothes. He lets out a chuckle before helping me take off his shirt. I splay my hands across his chest and trace my fingers along the contours of his muscles. "God, you're so beautiful," he mutters into my ear before pressing his lips against mine in a searing kiss. His skin is hot against mine, every touch ignites my senses like sparks against dry timber. The feel of his rough hands mapping out the expanse of my skin is overwhelming and intoxicating. I can't help but let out a low moan, pressing myself closer to him. The room fills with the sounds of our panting and the rustling of sheets. Parker continues his exploration. His hands seem to be everywhere at once. His lips leave a hot trail along my collarbone and down to my breasts, where he takes a hardened nipple in his mouth and sucks. I moan, my fingers threading through his hair as I urge him to continue. My hips start moving against him involuntarily, seeking friction and release. Parker chuckles against my skin at my impatience. Patience is a virtue. Yeah, well, I've run out of patience, I argue back. A slow grin spreads across Parker's face at my words. Is that so? Yes. I moan as he moves down farther, his hands tracing my waist and hips. He unbuttons my pants and draws them slowly down my legs before bringing his hands up between my thighs. Then I guess we'll have to do something about that, he murmurs just before his fingers dip beneath my underwear. A quiet whimper escapes my lips when he touches my tender folds, and I can feel his warm breath against my skin as he lowers his lips to my hip, pressing a soft kiss there. His hand moves slowly, stirring up a heat that radiates throughout my entire body. Stop teasing, I stammer while pulling at his hair. He chuckles again, and the sound vibrates against my skin, making me shudder. I thought you liked the build-up? He asks seductively, continuing the tantalizingly slow pace with his fingers. I groan in response, my hands moving down to grip his shoulders. Through the almost unbearable pleasure, I manage to mumble, not when it's killing me. Well, in that case. His voice trails off into a whisper as he finally gives into my pleas for release. The pressure of his fingers intensifies, making me arch and groan beneath him. The room falls silent except for our heavy breathing and the rustling of sheets. My nails dig into his shoulders as I surrender completely to the rush of sensations surging through me. Parker presses his thumb against my clit, making me hiss in a breath. His lips trail along my hip and across my belly as he strokes me between my legs. He continues relentlessly, pushing me ever closer to the edge of release until finally I cry out, the world widening out around me as intense pleasure ripples through my body. My grip on Parker tightens reflexively, and I throw my head back onto the pillow, my eyes clenched shut as wave after wave of ecstasy washes over me. Parker! I whimper, wiggling beneath him, needing more and less all at once. It's both too much and not enough. When I finally come down from the height of my release, I find him watching me with an unreadable expression on his face. His fingers still linger between my thighs, but their movements have slowed and softened. Looking at you like this, he whispers as he leans over me, it makes me feel primal. His eyes are dark and intense, his gaze penetrating deeper than any physical touch could. It sends a shiver down my spine, making me squirm beneath him. A corner of his mouth quirks up in a smirk that radiates danger and promise all at once. He withdraws his fingers, and I gasp at the sudden loss of contact. He leans down to press his lips against mine in a slow, searing kiss that leaves me breathless. His tongue explores my mouth with a dominance I'm all too willing to submit to. Just when I think that I've regained my bearings, Parker flips us over so I'm straddling him. His hands roam along my back, tracing the arch of my spine before gripping the waistband of my underwear. Parker, I moan his name as his fingers find their way back to where I want them most. His grin is wicked. It's filled with a tantalizing promise that has me clutching onto him for support. Just hold on, babe, he murmurs. He reaches up and cups the back of my head, pulling me down to him to nip at my lips with his teeth. My body responds instantly to the sensation, pressing down onto him as I let out an involuntary moan. Finally, he slips off my underwear and tosses them aside. The cool air on my hot sex sends shivers up my spine. I grind against him, desperate for both friction and release. Parker groans beneath me at the contact, a guttural sound that only fuels my desire. Leaning back, I undo his pants swiftly. A low growl echoes from his chest as I work, the anticipation almost unbearable. And what makes you think you are in control? Parker whispers, and his voice sounds rough with desire. Before I can reply, he flips us over again. Within moments, he shoved down his pants and boxers and thrust his cock inside me in one swift movement. All coherent thought evaporates from my mind, and all I feel is pure sensation. Pleasure spreads through me like wildfire as I cling to him, my nails digging into his back. He moves with a steady rhythm. Each thrust pushes me closer and closer to the edge. "Parker, more?" I whimper, wrapping my legs around him and urging him to move faster. He buries his face against my neck while emitting a sound that is both a groan and a growl. "Say it again." His voice is barely a whisper against my skin, which tells me how truly close he is to finishing. "Parker." The world blurs at the edges as another explosion of pleasure hits me hard, rendering me breathless. As I feel him shudder and still above me, a wave of satisfaction washes over me. We're both panting heavily, and our bodies are slick with sweat. He rolls off me slowly, collapsing beside me on the bed. The silence stretches on as we lie there, catching our breaths. "Parker." I begin, but he cuts me off by pulling me close. "Just rest," he says. "We're not done yet." That makes me grin and sets my heart racing, so I curl up into his side to soak in his warmth and bask in the afterglow.